All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live. Welcome to tonight's live commentary coverage of the 2025 Cookout Southern 500 at Darlington Raceway. Another crown jewel event on the season and the playoff opener for the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series season. And we have 16 drivers now vouching for one championship over the next 10 weeks. We'll cover that and much more. But as usual, as we get things started for the live commentary streams for the NASCAR Cup Series races, as we've been doing all season long, we've been doing some NASCAR trivia. So we're going to do that. Then I'm going to break down my playoff predictions, who I think will run well tonight. And obviously get into the drop of the green flag soon after that. Just after a 6 p.m. Eastern start for this evening, we'll start in the daytime and in the nighttime per usual on this Labor Day weekend with the Darlington Southern 500. So let me get the chat up on my phone. You guys can play along, obviously. And this weekend, we are keeping it Darlington track related. This is anybody who has ever scored a top 10 finish at Darlington from 1990 to 2017. It doesn't get all the way up into the modern day for a lot of these quizzes, but we will do Darlington this week. We did not do this quiz when we had Darlington earlier in the season. We actually did a throwback quiz earlier in the year, so I did look back. So we'll do this for this coming weekend. Let's play the quiz. We're going to go with all the former winners first. So give me Jimmy Johnson. Regan Smith is a former winner of this race. Kevin Harvick, former Southern 500 winner. Kurt Busch, Kyle Busch. Ricky Craven is a former Darlington winner, but not a Southern 500 winner. Terry Labonte's final career win was the 2000. This is Darlington, right? Hang on. Top 10 finishers. I'm a little confused at why. Is this the spring race only? I'm so confused. It's got to be the spring race only because it's only got 1 year for 2003. And Terry Labonte had his final career win in that year's Southern 500. So this must only be the spring race. This is very confusing. It did not say that specifically. We're going to keep rolling on with the quiz, but Ryan Newman, Greg Biffle, Mark Martin, Jeff Gordon. Kyle Petty ever win here? No, he did not. Okay. I'm just throwing out names at this point. Now they know it's not everyone. Jeff Burton's a former winner here. Bobby Hamilton. I'm going all over. Sometimes we have a strategy here, sometimes we don't. John Barber, Bam Hall, Frank Powers, welcome into the stream, everyone. Jamie McMurray. Larson. Elliott. Chase and Bill. Earnhardt. Waltrip is probably on here. Michael is on here quite a bit, actually. Jimmy Spencer. Dale Jarrett. Ricky Rudd. Ernie Irvin. Davey Allison. Alan Kulwicki. Blake Speed. Paul Menard. Menard. Oh, he's not on here. Casey Mears. If I could spell. He's not on here either. Reed Sorensen. Also not on here. Scott Riggs, I know, is on here. No, he's not on here. Never mind. Scott Wimmer. Ha! We're striking out. Blaney. There we go. Dave Blaney. Third. What? Quapple. Quapple's on here. What about Brennan Gaughan? No. Rusty Wallace is definitely on here. Morgan Shepherd is on here. Kenny Schrader. Keselowski, former winner. Joey Logano has won the spring race before. Austin Dillon. AJ Allmendinger. Oh, wow, he was not on here. Maybe in recent years, but not this time period. 2017 and before. Jerry Nadeau, I have not guessed yet. He's not on here. Joe Nemechek, I would like to think is... No, he's not on here either. Wow. Casey Kane's on here. Matt Kenseth. Carl Edwards. David Reagan. Trevor Bayne. He's not on here. Stenhouse. Not on here. Busher not on here. Let's go David Gilliland. No. Is Michael McDowell? Probably not. David Rudiman. Rudiman. Nope. Jeremy Mayfield. Yep. Jason Leffler. Ooh. Cornish. Ambrose. He's on here. Montoya. Also on here. Brian Vickers. Stacey Compton. No. Let's go Robert Presley. No. Rutman. No. Top 10's at Darlington. And I believe this is the spring race only. A lot of these years they only had one race, but from 2003 and before they had two. And I think this is specifically the spring races, is what I figured out. It didn't say that in the quiz when I started it, so that makes it a little bit more challenging. Yeah, 226 of 280 already. Truex. Boyer. Yep, Eric Jones. Suarez on here? No. Bodine. That was a lot of them. Yeah, 242 of 280. Hornaday. Sprague. Almirola. I did not put him yet, but he's not on here. Jojo, welcome to the stream. Steve, thanks for playing along. Shahir Gaming and Entertainment. Casey Mears did not get a top 10. I tried him. No De Benedetto. Didn't think so. I doubt Danica's on here. Nope. I didn't put Tony Stewart yet. Wow. 251. I didn't put Denny Hamlin yet. 261. That was 10 more right there. I just completely skipped a lot of those JGR guys. JJ Yaley? Oh. Stremme I didn't put. Tony Raines I haven't put yet. Jeff Green. Got some mid 90s, mid to late 90s still. I do have Newman. I have Case Kane already. I do have Harry Gant. Got runner-up in 2002. John Andretti? He's on the list. Gave me 3 more. 264 of 280. Yeah, I've got Harvick. Harvick. This is it's getting tough. We've got everybody from the 2010s. 2010s is all locked up. 09, 2005 through 09 is locked up. 2004, see here. 1992, we have 93. And so we need one in 92, and then 94 through 2004. So that's kind of the time period we're thinking here, guys. 1992 and then 94 through 2004. Who are guys that we have not named? You know, Boris said was on a list last week. Yeah, there's no chance he was going to be on this one. Not at this track. I do have Ricky Rudd already. Mike Skinner. Oh, he's not on here. Johnny Sauter, no. Those same group of guys that I always forget on these lists. There's got to be a couple of them. Again. I do have leg speed. Scott Wimmer was a rookie in 2005. So 2004 and before that. Let's try no way Kevin Grubb's on here. All right. Randy LaJoy? Nope. I didn't put Chad Little yet. Said Musgrave. Musgrave's on here quite a bit. That gave us 7. Now we're 11 away. 269 of 280. 8 minutes to go. I do have Marlin. I didn't even see the chat said Musgrave either. Thought of that one at the same time. Rudiment? No, that's later in the 2000s. 2004 and before that. I think Keegan. Now Derek Cope. I didn't put him yet. Okay. That gave us 1. Got 10 to go. 270 of 280. I tried Rick Mast. He didn't show up on the list. He hasn't had a top 10 here. Yeah, we already put Musgrave just a couple seconds ago. Robert, JoJo, welcome to the stream as well. 10 to go. It'd be pretty cool if it was like one guy. Doubt it is. Man, who have I not named yet? I do have Jarrett. Bill Parsons, maybe. He's not on here. Let's try Wally. Yeah, Wally's not on here. Hut Strickland. Thank you. Oh, he's not even on here. The 1 week I remembered. Oh, man. He's not even on here. What is that? Kyle Petty wasn't on here at all. Oh. Kenny Irwin on here? Nope. What about, oh shoot, Neil Bonnet? No, that was, I mean, 92 would have been the only one he could have popped up in. Check the spelling. The spelling's fine. If you're thinking about the Strickland. Alan Coolwick, yeah, I already have him. I've got Irvin, I've got Mayfield. Look at the die cast. He's not going to be on here. Elliott Sadler. That's right, he did finish runner-up at Darlington. So that gave us 3 more. See, it's a good thing I looked at the diecast. That's all I've got. So that filled out 02, 03, 04. So we have 2001. Oh, we've got 92 already. When did I get 92 finished? Oh, I was looking at, my bad, I was looking at 91. Okay. Yeah, so we have 7th in 1992, 95, 6th place, a 10th in 97, 8th in 98, 2010, and runner-up in 2001, 7th in 2001. Who would have finished runner-up? I do have Dave Blaney. Casey Atwood's not on here. I tried him already. Who finished runner-up to Dale Jarrett 2001? Spring Darlington. I was so young. No, Tim Richmond's not going to be on here. I don't know why I put it anyway. I was pretty certain he wasn't with us anymore, unfortunately. Wow, that last time I looked at the clock, we had 7 minutes left. Now we only have 90 seconds. That flew by. I think we've only had 3 of them in that stretch, and they were all Elliott Sadler. Yeah, I've tried Jerry Nadeau. See, I'm surprised that Nemechek wasn't on here at all. Rick Wilson? Oh, man. Yeah, I'm out. I'm out of ideas. I've got Schrader. I've tried everything I could think of. Steve Park? Hey, there was runner-up in 01. Got one more. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I've got the Levanis. Yeah, former winner. Johnny Benson? Thank you. I forgot about Johnny Benson. That gave us four more. Three more. We have three left. 5 seconds. Thank you, JoJo. And then Johnny Benson with like 10 seconds to spare. Steve Grissom, Kevin LePage, and Dick Trickle. That's all we had left. Steve Grissom, 6th in 1995, 10th for Kevin LePage in 2000. 1992, Dick Trickle finished 7th. Those are names we've had on the list before. Those are names that we've all gotten before. Grissom, I feel like I forget a lot. Here and there, Kevin LePage. 99%, 277 out of 280. We got close, ladies and gentlemen. That's pretty solid. That was pretty solid. All right. We are not that far away from the drop of the green flag for this year's Southern 500 at Darlington Raceway. Before we go through the starting lineup, we will go through the NASCAR playoff leaderboard. I don't think I have many more minutes left to complete this grid challenge. I don't know when it locks. It might have locked already. I have no idea. I'm going to have to blow through this. Oh, never mind. Yeah, well, it looks like I'm not filling out a playoff grid. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I should have went live a little earlier today, with it being the playoff opener. I usually go live a half hour before the scheduled drop of the green flag. We were on time, just miscalculated how much time it would take for me to get through all this. All right. So we'll highlight the Fantasy League then for the moment before we get into the starting lineup for today's race, who I think will run well in tonight's event at Darlington. Honestly, my favorites to win the race today are all on my fantasy team, so I went pretty stacked with this being the first race of the playoffs, so we get the reset in points again. We'll have two separate champions in the KRC League. If you want to join, it is KRC League, KRC in all caps, space capital L on League is the league name. 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season if you win our regular season and or playoff championship. And with the points being reset for our playoffs this weekend, Monster Jam X10 was our regular season champion, so he already gets his 2 tickets. There's still a chance for all of you guys to win. Everybody is back to 0, so if you're in the league right now, or you joined later and didn't have a shot to win the regular season because you started late, you're back in it. And it's a fresh new leaderboard, so this will be fun to follow, obviously, over the next 10 weeks as we get to the end of the season, just like we have with the regular season. Very close battle, by the way. 7 points was the difference for the regular season championship by the end of the season. And the points are scored the same way that they would actually get points through the stages, through the races, bonus point for the fastest lap and whatnot. The only difference is you get bonus point picks, 10 points per each bonus pick on head-to-head matchups every week. My team this week, I've got Ryan Blaney, Denny Hamlin, Tyler Reddick, Kyle Larson, William Byron, and Chase Briscoe. The starting five at the beginning of the race of Byron, Larson, Reddick, Hamlin, and Blaney are my favorites to win. Ryan Blaney looks to be the one to beat on the long run. Of the playoff drivers, he had the fastest 25 and 30 lap averages in practice. He had a top 5 with a great long run car here in the spring. Actually took the lead away with 2 laps to go before a caution coming out immediately after taking the lead. Lost a couple spots in the pits. The guy who won that race was Denny Hamlin. Hamlin is a 5-time winner at Darlington Raceway. He won the Southern 500, one of the 3 with this next-gen car. Another one of the Southern 500 winners with the next-gen car, Kyle Larson, also on my team. He qualified in the top 5. He was pretty quick, top 5 in practice for the playoff drivers on the short and long run speed. Same for Tyler Reddick. Reddick, short, long run speed, top 5 of the playoff drivers. Looks to be one of the best. 23:11, I think, has been clicking on all cylinders when it comes to race pace. Low grip racetrack at Richmond with a lot of tire fall off, similar to that of Darlington. Slower track, high tire fall off. The 23:11 Toyotas, in my opinion, had the 2 fastest cars in the race. Bubba Wallace having the pit road penalty with his pit crew, and Reddick getting taken out in a wreck while leading. Took them both out of the race and allowed for Austin Dillon to keep a clean day. Had the next fastest car and was able to get the race win because of it. I think redemption for 23:11 could be on the forefront here today. As for Reddick, he has scored a top 5 finish in 4 of the 7 next-gen races here at Darlington. He's had a top 3 in 3 of them, including a runner-up in 2022. So I'm taking Tyler Reddick for the race win tonight as well. With that being said, also on the fantasy team, William Byron is the only driver I haven't mentioned yet that is on my fantasy team. I think he's got a great shot to win. He was second fastest of the playoff drivers on the short runs in practice. The long runs, he faded just a bit. He was back down to 3rd. That's when Ryan Blaney started to get quicker. So I don't think Blaney's going to have a good short run car, but long run car should be there. As for the Toyotas, I think they were a lot better on the short run and not as much on the long run in practice. And the Hendrick Chevys of Larson and Byron, they're kind of even. They weren't the fastest on the short runs, but they were quick. They were top 5. Same for the long run. So it's going to be interesting to see. Again, we're going to see a lot of tire degradation in this race. In my garage, I've got the defending winner of the race, Chase Briscoe, who's had a pretty good summer stretch. Just in case one of those starting 5 drops out early. Head-to-head matchups, I've got Tyler Reddick over Chase Briscoe, of course, picking Reddick for the win. Ryan Blaney over Ross Chastain. I don't even have Chastain on my team this week, although he does look quick this weekend. Denny Hamlin over Christopher Bell. Kyle Larson over William Byron. I had Byron at first, but then I took Larson. Coming into the weekend, I was a little bit better on Byron, but Larson was a bit quicker on the long run speed in practice than Byron. Short run, it looked like the 24 car, and Byron led over 200 laps in the spring race earlier this season from the pole, so should be a favorite to win. You can vote for who you think is going to win the race in our chat poll, which as of right now is up to 42 votes, and that will close at the end of stage 2 for who you think is going to win this race today. We'll go through the starting lineup now for today's Cookout Southern 500 at the Darlington Raceway. Starting off with the front row, the 5-time winner at Darlington in the NASCAR Cup Series, most wins of any active driver, Denny Hamlin, starting at the front of the field. I've lost my starting grid, by the way. What happened? I've lost the starting grid. Let's go to qualifying. There we go. Denny Hamlin on the pole for today's race. Chase Briscoe, 11th front row start of the season, defending winner of the Southern 500 a year ago, outside of the front row with his teammate Hamlin. In row number 2 will be the playoff drivers of Josh Berry and Tyler Reddick. Reddick, as I mentioned moments ago, best finish here, 2nd runner-up 2022. And he's got 3 top 3s in the next-gen era at this track. No wins, though. Kyle Larson with Ross Chastain in row 3. Chastain's been close to winning here a couple times. He's had back-to-back 5th-place finishes in the Southern 500. He finished 7th in the spring. Kyle Larson is a former Darlington winner one time, and that came in the 2023 Southern 500. Christopher Bell alongside Bubba Wallace will make up row 4, and rounding out the top 10 will be Austin Dillon, who has a best Darlington finish of 2nd in 2020, and Austin Cindric. William Byron, a former spring race winner, still looking for his first 500 win, and Ryan Blaney looking for his first win at Darlington overall will be in row 6. Row 7 for Justin Haley and Joey Logano. Logano, another one of the 400-mile winners here at Darlington, but not the 500. Chris Buescher, Ty Gibbs will line up in row number 8. Row number 9 for Daniel Suarez, Cole Custer. Eric Jones, a two-time Southern 500 winner on the inside of row 10, alongside SVG, Shane Van Gisbergen, who will be looking for his first oval top 10 to kickstart the playoffs tonight. Chase Elliott with AJ Allmendinger in row 6. I don't know why I said row 6. At row 11, Chase Elliott still looking for his first career win at the racetrack. He has not led a lap in the last 9 races here. Lacked in practice speed outside the top 30. Picked up a bit in qualifying. They're still going to need more of a pickup with this being the beginning of the playoffs as we get started tonight. Kyle Busch, former Darlington winner on the inside of row 12 alongside Zane Smith, Michael McDowell, Carson Hocevar. The Spire teammates ran the same identical lap time in qualifying. They'll be in row 13. Row 14, Ryan Preece, Todd Gilliland. David Gilliland, he was in our quiz. Todd Gilliland, his son, in the race tonight. Alex Bowman, John Nemechek will be in row number 15. Bowman qualified the worst of any of the playoff drivers for this weekend, just like his teammate Chase Elliott was outside the top 30 in practice overall, so big swings need to be made for that 48 and the 9 team to get them in the right direction as the race progresses here this evening. Ty Dillon with Brad Keselowski, the 2018 Southern 500 winner, in row number 16. Row 17 for Riley Herbst and Noah Gregson. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Cody Ware, row 18. Derek Kraus, Timmy Hill, row 19, rounding out the field for today's race. So that is your starting lineup for the Southern 500 at Darlington. The raw feed is down for the time being on NASCAR.com. Pace car has just pulled the pit road, so I'm going to leave the starting grid on screen until the raw feed is up and running. And we're about to get this shindig underway. Green flag is in the air. Denny Hamlin leads the field to the green. And we are racing as Hamlin tries to go for the Darlington sweep. Sweeping his way through turns 1 and 2, trying to hold clear. Oh, trouble already! Josh Berry snaps loose into Tyler Reddick. We've got a crash out of turn 2 on the opening lap of the race. Kyle Busch is around as well. Wow. What a rapid start to this one. And already playoff implications on the line for Reddick and Berry. The woes continue for the 45 team. Josh Berry's got a lot of damage to the back of his car. They both started in row 2. And I think Berry hit that bump on the inside of row 2 before his car shot loose and took a couple of innocent bystanders with him.
Mission accomplished. You just want to settle in, Jeff. Turns 1 and 2, tight. Exit of 2, right at the tightest part of the racetrack. Every driver's talked about how hard you have to drive these race cars. Berry on the bottom of the racetrack, going to the throttle, and it just gets loose. Simply got loose. Made contact also. Not sure if there's damage on Reddick's car as well. Swiggle right over the bump. Then he gets loose, gets into the door of the 45. The 45, light contact for sure, Jeff. Some damage, heavy damage on the left rear of the 21. Watch the 21. Watch it bounce. See it bouncing right there? He gets loose.
Yeah, I figured the bump got him.
Reddick. Contact with the wall, Steve. I'm just not sure how much damage he has. Logano, yes. Steve, I think Joey was very lucky. What's this? Oh, wow, very lucky. And I'm not willing to say that all the cars in front of the 22 didn't have issues. Let's see here from the 8 of Kyle Busch. He gets involved, slowing the stack up right here. Just that's what happens. My point is, other cars that didn't get spun around, it doesn't take a lot of damage, nose to tail, kind of beating and banging to maybe knock the ductwork loose or something like that. You know, contacts like this, that seems harmless, but these cars are precision instruments. They're going to touch the right side of the wall all day, but that nose and front split are very important. Josh Berry had no idea that that car was loose. It snapped on him, then he tried to correct it. When it hit those bumps, it just simply lost control of the rear of the car. Here's a great shot. That car out of doubt. See the smoke come out from the back of the car? The entire corner is bottomed. That's right. I think that's the best look we just saw of the bottoming out. Now, we expect the car to touch a little bit on low air, but that right there absolutely bottomed out. That got loose, and around he went. And you can make the car leave where it never bottoms out.
The problem with that is the lower the back of the car gets, the more downforce it makes. Low air pressure just traveled more than the team anticipated.
And we don't know what kind of damage Tyler Reddick sustained. We ride with Reddick now. But this, if the damage isn't too bad, is a crazy escape. That was unreal. Parker?
Right, guys, super unfortunate for Josh Berry making his first playoff appearance here. You guys noticed the bottoming out. Jeff, you asked about the amount of damage. It's significant left rear damage here for the 21, and that the all-important diffuser underneath the back of the car is damaged as well. The team's been working through it. They cut a lot of bodywork away. Josh is pulling away here now as they try to do damage control, but significant damage for Josh Berry in this 21 car.
41 of Alex Bowman on the bottom of the screen. Remember that poor qualifying effort? Well, Kim, early yellow, decided to come to pit road for work.
Yeah, he hit the brakes during that incident and hit the person in front of him square with his nose. So they don't think the damage is extreme. They did want to come down, make sure everything was okay, change the tires, check clearances, but not a great start after a dismal qualifying effort yesterday by Alex Bowman.
Crazy start to the Southern 500. What a shame for Josh Berry, his third appearance in the playoffs.
Yeah, tough break there. Opening lap of the race. Josh Berry from third place bottoms out on the bump in turn 2. Overcorrects the race car, slides up the track into Tyler Reddick. Around goes Berry, back into the fence. Tyler Reddick catches the right rear corner panel against the wall, but no major damage for him. He also has a donut on the left side door of that number 45 Toyota, but I believe Reddick will be all right. Kyle Busch went for a spin, but that was basically locking up the brakes, going for a slide. He could have also gotten tagged from behind just a bit. There were some drivers running over others trying to get on the binders to keep from getting involved in the incident. But already a lap 1 incident. Lap 1, turn 2. Yeah, as soon as I saw JoJo in the chat say it's going to be a long night, yes, it is. You get early cautions in these, bigger marquee races like this. I feel like that just kind of sets the tone. We're going to get some long green flag runs at some point. That's just the nature of the beast that is Darlington Raceway, but we knew it was going to be a long race, one of the longest of the season, and definitely adds to it here in the early laps. All right. So the raw feed was down at the initial start of the stream. It is up and running now. We just had to get that first caution out of the way. Now it's up and running. So Chase Briscoe started started second tonight. Denny Hamlin started on the pole. Briscoe actually does lead the first couple laps of the race. He was side by side with Hamlin out of turn 2 when the caution flag came out for the Berry incident. I was going to make a pun and say that Tyler Reddick was very lucky that he didn't get more damage after the contact with the 21. I wasn't sure if that joke was going to land or not, though, but I should have said it in the moment. I think that would have made the call a little bit funnier. I'm not a dad. I just look like one.
Car, American Express car. Well, we're going slowly, under caution, a lot sooner than we thought because of a lap 1 incident involving Josh Berry. But here's the onboard with Tyler Reddick, and what an escape.
What a save. In every championship journey, there is a moment where you have to overcome. Check this out. Look how loose he gets. Corrects, but doesn't overcorrect. It does not make contact with the wall. I cannot tell.
Well, he did make contact with the wall. It was the right rear hitting the wall that kind of straightened him out. But
to get that car saved and not turn the car and get the right front into the wall.
Yeah, that part, yes.
A championship saving move right there. That is unbelievable.
So, while it went Tyler Reddick's way, it did not go Josh Berry's way. Have a listen to recent radio.
Broke in the front mile. Steering's like wandering everywhere. It's not drivable because the steering's completely upside down now. I mean, it feels like pedals broke or something like that.
So the 21 not out of the race. They'll go back and look at it. Certain parts can be swapped. Others cannot. They'll have to That's exactly what the issue is. One thing that kind of got lost in all that, new leader. 19 of Chase Briscoe, who has chosen the outside. He's the leader of the race. He controls this restart.
And the defending for it.
Yep, Denny Hamlin going to be down underneath him on the bottom of the racetrack. So Briscoe, the Southern 500 winner on the outside, the spring winner from this year, Denny Hamlin now on the bottom. Green flag is back in the air. Great restart for Briscoe in that outside lane. Denny Hamlin, after struggling to get fired off, has his own car, Tyler Reddick, to his outside. That 45 car, Tyler Reddick, staying out on the racetrack, kind of a bold move after having a huge slide with his tires, but not wanting to give up track position. Even if he has a good car, he could go backwards in this first run despite not really having much damage from the incident, but just burning the tires off the car a little bit more with that gigantic slide compared to everybody else who did not have a near spin. 3 wide at Darlington back in the pack. Guess who? Carson Hocevar trying to make some moves as he bolsters his way by Cole Custer and Michael McDowell. Now it's 3 wide around Eric Jones on the 43 as he slips underneath of the 41. His teammate John Nemechek on the outside. Nemechek a cut to the middle. And Eric Jones has his teammate 3 wide and now backs out of it, lets him go. And Michael McDowell will continue on the outside still as well. Battle for 5th between Bubba Wallace and Kyle Larson on screen. Larson on the outside, Wallace down low on the bottom. Slide job maneuver by Wallace, clear. Larson lifted in the middle of the corner, playing nice in the early laps as the 23 car is up quite a few spots already from where he qualified. Started 8th and he's up to 5th. 4 spots gained. Wallace's car was the fastest in practice of the playoff drivers on the short runs. And that was what we saw pretty much out of Toyota as a whole in practice yesterday. They had the best short run car manufacturer-wise. Best long run car was Ryan Blaney in a Ford, who was back in 10th in the early going of tonight's race. And the Chevys at Hendrick Motorsports, specifically the 5 and the 24, they seem to be kind of even on both the long and the short run as far as how competitive they'll be this evening. Regine Huddleston, Terry Lewis, welcome to the stream. Frederico Sanchez, I don't think I've shouted you guys out yet. Trying to go back through the chat, see if I can shout out anybody I haven't shouted out from before the race. Earl Arnold Jr., Sit for Brains, Andrew, Troy the Great, Irina Sayre, Daniel Williams, and many others. So Briscoe's led the first 11 laps of tonight's race. And lap 1 caution lasted for 5 laps before we got back to racing at lap 6. Christopher Bell now battles with Kyle Larson in that 5 car. Larson with a big wiggle on the outside lane with the Toyota of Bell underneath him, and Bell completes the pass. Larson might be a little bit too loose right now. That's twice I've seen him either lift or have a bobble when somebody has been underneath him. It didn't really look like he got crowded much. He could be playing it safe, especially if his car is a little bit edgy. But starting loose in this race isn't bad because the track conditions are going to cool down as the sun goes down. Track temperatures will drop as we get into full darkness by the mid to end point of tonight's events. Briscoe setting the fastest lap of the race on lap 8 with a 29.456. That's going to be a bonus point that's going to be very key at this juncture of the season, now that the playoffs have began. Every point matters. Josh Berry being off the racetrack in the garage and out of the race following the lap 1 incident is going to be scored in last, and with no stage points, that's only 1 point for a finishing position of 38th tonight. 36th on back would be 1 point, and then it's 1 point per position all the way up to second. And then obviously you end up winning the race. You're locked into the next round. And then you would get those 5 playoff points that would also carry over into the next round, and however far you can carry your way through the playoffs. Wallace made a pass on his teammate Tyler Reddick several laps ago, and now Christopher Bell looking to get by the 45 car as well. I took Reddick for the win. I'm not worried about it. I just think he burned his tires up too much with the slide I get wanting to keep the track position and also not burn a set of tires on the opening lap of the race if you can help it. Just in case we get a lot of cautions in tonight's race, you're going to want all those sets if necessary. Bell drives it in much deeper through 1 and 2, beats Reddick back to the gas, well clear out of turn 2. Christopher Bell into the top 5 because of that lift. And as long as the off-throttle time was for Tyler Reddick through 1 and 2, Kyle Larson now catching very quick with huge momentum. Reddick goes back to the wall on the outside. Larson to the inside, trying to get a bit of clean air on the nose. Help his car turn. He's still within about 4 to 5 car lengths behind Reddick. The lead for Briscoe over Hamlin is 0.7 of a second. Bubba Wallace moments ago making a pass for third on Ross Chastain. That 23 car looking sporty here tonight. He was at Richmond on a low grip track just 2 weeks ago, so not a surprise. He's on the hottest stretch of his Cup Series career. Had that crash at Daytona last week that took him out of the race in stage 1. But minus that, it has been a very, very warm streak entering the postseason for that 23 camp. Tracing the lap times right now, Denny Hamlin is still the fastest, or Chase Briscoe, sorry, the race leader. Still the fastest car on the racetrack. Bell looking to get by the Busch Light Chevrolet of Ross Chastain for 4th. Depending on how long this green flag run goes on for, though, the Toyota's being good on the short runs in practice. That's one thing right now, but how much are they going to fall off as we get to that 40, 50 lap mark before we start to see pit stops? And you can split the strategy up in tonight's race of going either 1 stop or 2 stop, depending on that tire wear for the stages. So there will be some variance as we get from one stage to the next. All 3 stages relatively even in length. 115 laps at stage 1, 115 in stage 2, and the final stage 137. Making up our 367 laps and 500 miles for tonight's race. Alex Bowman, after coming in to take tires after lap 1, has only made his way up to 31st. Bowman coming in as the 16 seed. The points are scrolling at the top of the screen. I'm not going to be updating that throughout the course of tonight's race after the stages, so when you see that throughout the course of the race, that would have been the points coming into the event. And because we did have enough time on our pre-race show to highlight that, we will highlight it now as I go to commercial break. Kyle Larson, 26 points, is ahead of the cut line as the number 1 seed, tied with William Byron, who was the regular season champion. Most playoff points for both of those two. Again, both plus 26 above the cut line. Denny Hamlin plus 23, plus 20 for Ryan Blaney. Christopher Bell and SVG, the 5 and 6 seed, are plus 17 and plus 16 points above the cut line. A lot tighter from 7th on back. Chase Elliott, plus 7, plus 4 for Chase Briscoe, plus 2 for both Bubba Wallace and Austin Cindric, and plus 1 for Ross Chastain and Joey Logano. They're the last 2 above the cut line. Coming into the night, Josh Berry minus 1. He's obviously out of the race already. He was minus 30 points as they ran with the way the leaderboard was from the lap 1 incident. That could be even worse, obviously, depending on who scores stage points in this evening's race. Tyler Reddick, who was also involved in the incident, came in minus 1, but he is still up in the top 10, hanging on. Austin Dillon still in the top 10 after qualifying there in 9th, is minus 2 points. And Alex Bowman starting very deep in the field, again, currently 31st. 16 seed, minus 5 points below the cut line. So, 3-race round of Darlington tonight. Next Sunday at Gateway. The following Saturday night at Bristol. Bristol will be the elimination race for this opening round of the postseason. For what it's worth, sunset there is 7:46. Yep, we're going to have a good hour and a half or so from the start of the race of action in the daylight, and the rest will be in the night. Majority of the race in the nighttime skies. This opening stage, though, on the other hand, not the case. Making for a slicker racetrack now. Interesting note, and they said this in practice yesterday on our live commentary stream, meaning the booth of Steve Letarte and Jeff Burton specifically, that you're not going to see as much change in the racetrack at a Darlington versus, say, a Charlotte that would start in the day and end in the night with a longer race length, because the overall lap times are slower on the long runs here at Darlington, that there isn't going to be as much of a difference because everybody's basically going slow compared to a fast mile-and-a-half track like Charlotte Motor Speedway. Bigger track, obviously, at Charlotte, 1.5 mile plus its parameters. Banking more symmetrical as far as the cornering goes compared to that of Darlington, which is also very low grip. Last repaved in 2008 was the first race under the current pavement that we have at Darlington Raceway. 17 years. Thanks, Chris. The gap between Hamlin and Briscoe has stayed the same. Bubba Wallace is the quickest car in the racetrack right now, though. He was about a tenth quicker than Briscoe the last lap. When they went to commercial, he was 3 seconds off the lead. Now he's only 1.8 back. He's made the most passes of anybody that's in the top 10 positions also. I don't know what they're showing a Ross Chastain. Oh, that's Tyler Reddick's
left side, there's a piece of canvas in there to help make the flat bigger. And when it closed, it folded out instead of in, which is normally no big deal because when the flap's open, the next stop's normally pit road. You don't stay on the racetrack. So the team will have to do it. Now I'm going to tell you, that's going to be tough to adjust on a green flag pit stop. It's going to be fun to watch how the 45 team does. And I expect...
I missed a lot of that, to be completely honest. Career stats at Darlington for Tyler Reddick, I mentioned about in the next-gen era at the start of the stream, or before the start of the race at least, that he has 4 top 5s, 3 top 3 finishes in the last 7 races here. But overall in his Cup career, he's actually scored a top 10 in half of the races he's ran at Darlington, 6 of 12. Obviously dating back to his RCR days as well as the current 2311 racing days. Reddick's starting to get a little bit better as the longer run is going. He was 2/10 quicker than both Bell and Chastain in front of him that last lap, after falling all the way back to 6th place. And he's within a second of both cars. He's pulled away from Larson a bit. He's over a second ahead of him. Larson was within a couple car lengths when initially Bell had gotten by Reddick for 5th. And also closing in on the race leader, other than Bubba Wallace, is the 2nd place driver, Denny Hamlin. Hamlin within about 0.3 of a second of the leader. He's going to enter the corner a lot higher up on the outside through turns 1 and 2 and stays wider through the center of the corner. Might give him a little bit more straightaway speed down the back and a better turn in and out of the turn as well, having a slight bit of clean air. Now Briscoe trying to take the outside line near the wall away. Both drivers diamond cutting the second half of turns 3 and 4. And that last lap, Briscoe was able to run just a bit quicker than Hamlin once Hamlin got close enough to him. Bubba Wallace only 0.8 of a second off the lead, is the same amount of time off of Hamlin as Hamlin is to Briscoe. And they've still got 3+ seconds to Ross Chastain in 4th. Couple lap cars at the tail end of the field that our leader Briscoe is catching. He's on the outside of one of them right now. Timmy Hill in the 66 going to fall off of the lead lap. Bubba Wallace catches Denny Hamlin for 2nd. He's going to try to make quick work for him. A dive to the inside in turns 1 and 2. Wallace was underneath him all the way down the front stretch. He had a great exit to turn 4. Stays hot on that left rear corner panel of Hamlin. Great turn in that 23 car. The fact he was able to run the bottom all the way through 1 and 2, practically on that 11's left rear corner panel, stay there to the exit of the corner. great job. He's able to complete the pass of the slide in 3 and 4. Wallace to second. Alex Bowman onto pit road for the first time today, under green at least.
Yeah, looks like 4 tires going to go on the jack, so don't believe there are any issues there with Alex. Just part of their strategy coming down the road. They just make that chassis adjustment you just saw.
This is all about a lap. The 48 was running 31st, well behind the leaders. We're talking 20 seconds behind the leader. Come early. Now, you are going to be a couple laps down right here, but maybe come a couple laps before the leaders gave time on the leader. It's just like that. The 19th, Briscoe off the banking on the pit road.
Chase Briscoe to the pits.
Foul right now. The leader pits will kind of put a little bit of panic on everybody. Let's take a look at this 19th pit stop, Parker.
Right, Steve, we'll most likely see a lot of teams react to this, what James Ball's done here. James Ball told me goal number 1 in this race was to take advantage of their qualifying position. After qualifying in the front row, they got the lead there. They led all the way through here. He was just getting too loose in turns 1 and 2, and then that got worse in 3 and 4 when you saw his teammate Danny Hamlin get pretty close to him. The team is trying to coach him on managing his lap times there for Chase Briscoe. He's away.
A wave of cars have now come to pit road as well, including the 45 of Reddick and the 5 of Larson, Dave.
Larson hits his marks. Got to keep the car running with that bad starter. Not good, according to the driver. Out of the track, no grip. He'll get 4 Goodyear tires of Sunoco fuel, Kim.
The 45 of Tyler Reddick stops in his box. Remember, he was complaining of a free condition. Then he said it did start to tighten up. You see the crew member adjusting that roof flap, what Steve talked about right there. 4 fresh Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel. Also the 2 on the bottom of your screen complaining of the same thing yesterday. That's just tight on the long run.
Also, roof flap and the diffuser flap. Tire changer. Fix the back of the car up underneath as pit road continues. 4 tire stops up and down. William Byron to the 24. So close in the spring. I thought he had the best car, but it was a green flag pit cycle where he lost the lead by running a little long. Not this time. One of the earlier cars on pit road as Wallace, Hamlin, and Bell continue to make laps.
You're still waiting for those to come in for the first time. Here is Bubba Wallace in that U.S. Air Force Toyota Camry for 2311. This car looks awesome in the flesh. It looks mean. It's got a stealth bomber on the side of it. And he is ready for a fight.
Going back to that 45 car, Steve, I think a major disadvantage to them clearly was they don't know what the car is going to do now that all this is fixed, right? So you kind of gauge this first run up. You don't, what adjustment do you make?
Now, the drill challenge is this right here. This has nothing to do with the root flag. Right? The jackman was under his roof before the accident comes to the left side, just has a slow stop. That kind of adds a little bit of frustration, and it's going to cost the 45 a ton of spots on the racetrack.
Good thing is we're early on in this 500-mile classic. And if you go back all the way back to the opening lap, Tyler Reddick pretty much won the lottery there because he could have been in a lot worse shape than what he is right now.
We're in an interesting position with a big wave of cars, almost 12 of them still on the racetrack. I wonder if these isn't going to be a complete strategy call. They still may be stopping twice, or maybe somebody says, you know what? I'm going to only stop once and save a set of tires. We're here in the second wave. This is Blaney, Hocevar, Chase Elliott in the 9, all very conservative getting the pit road, which I completely agree with this early in the race.
Parker's standing by. Take it away.
All right, you see the 9 of Chase Elliott coming down pit road. He actually wanted to come a lap earlier, but couldn't get down with some of the new cars. The cars on new tires right there. Just reporting the car is way too tight right now for his liking, especially against the wall, Marty.
Ryan Blaney told Jonathan Hassler, I'm way too free to start this race. And he said he's having trouble because of that freeness, Parker, in running turns 3 and 4 right up against the wall. So Hassler going to make some adjustments here. But see, to your point, a number of teams still out on the track.
Yeah, still running, including the leader of Bubba Wallace. There he is at 23. There's the difference. New tires, the 19 of Briscoe. Old tires, 23 of Bubba Wallace. Now, we expect the 19 to still make another pit stop in about 35 laps. Maybe Bubba Wallace trying to play a different hand, be aggressive early in these playoffs. His owner, fellow Toyota driver, but driver for Joe Gibbs Racing, Denny Hamlin, pole sitter. He's on pit road as well as the 20 of Bell, Marty.
Yeah, Denny Hamlin coming down pit road was able to keep it in the top 2. He said he's, quote, too tight up the hill, but then too free on exit. A couple pit stalls behind him will be his teammate Christopher Bell that you see on the right-hand side of your screen. I think they debated that strategy that you talked about, Steve, maybe just doing one stop here in stage 1, but they said the car was way too free to be able to pull that off, Kim.
And you see Bubba Wallace on your screen comments down, looking for a very clean stop throw tonight. The crew chief reminding the team one bad stop through your day. You remember rewind 2 weeks ago, they had a loose wheel at Richmond. They sat down, talked about everything they needed to do to execute here at Darlington, knowing it'd be a similar amount of stops. No major complaints from Bubba as those 4 fresh Goodyear tires go on. Snow go fuel.
No better look at the pit crew. Artwork in motion right there, like a ballet. You see the jack man swing the jack around his back. Everybody moves along. Just a picture-perfect pit stop for the 23.
That leaves 4 drivers out on track, make it 3. John Hunter Nemechek, Shane Van Gisbergen, Michael McDowell, who are yet to pit. Here's Van Gisbergen. Really good run the last 2 weekends for SVG. How is tonight going to play out here in Darlington? Marty?
And Lee, it's interesting. This was SVG's call to run a little bit longer. And Stephen Doran said, yeah, we can do that if you want. He said the tires aren't wearing nearly as bad as I thought they would. And that's certainly in the skill set of SVG to be able to take care of those tires on the longer run. Great look down pit road. You see the sun setting here at Darlington. SVG coming to a stop. So the car was way too tight early in the run. And then he hit the wall close harder than I would have liked for fresh Goodyear's one on the 88.
That's not good.
Staying early for the 6 of Brad Keselowski. You see the bottom left penalty. Service outside of the pit box. Hitting outside of the pit box.
Ooh.
So he'll have to slow down and come to pit road. Right here, we're going to see around to the right. He's in his box right now. Left side goes on.
Clear out there. Don't be.
Anything from that look. Oh, wait. Oh, here's the issue. So they come down. It looks to me like the left front's not tight. So he stops in another Ford teammate of Logano, and they're going to tighten the left front. There you go. Watch this. Going to tighten the left front up. So look, A-plus job by this 16 to stop in another pit stall. A Ford teammate to allow him to do. Logano at this point is like, we're not racing Brad in the playoffs. It would have been interesting if he was a playoff car if they'd have helped him. So they tightened the left front wheel, which would have been a huge penalty to get onto the racetrack. But that is a penalty because it's service outside your box. That's a pass-through, but you said it, 320 laps to go still.
So, Jeff, tell the folks at home from a driver's standpoint, and then, Steve, you follow on, if you would, from the crew chief perspective and the human resource management side of your crew. Jeff, what's it like when you know you're facing at least 9 or 10 pit stops in this race?
Well, first of all, you come into this race with a completely different mindset. You know this is the longest race of the year. The Coke 600 is 600 miles. This is 500 miles. Wow, this is a longer race. So you have to go into it with the right mentality. You have to understand not everything is going to go right. You're going to have bad pit stops. You're going to have some bad laps. You have to overcome those things and move forward. And you go into it with a different mindset. This is a grind. It is the longest race of the year, and you have to approach it just like it is.
The Bill Submarines on board for Brad Keselowski. Tough week for the RFK Ford organization. They wanted to have at least one of their 3 in the playoffs. Unfortunately, that did not happen.
Nemechek and McDowell currently leading. First car off from pit road is Briscoe in 3rd. You see on the bottom left, Himbert's the 23. Bubba Wallace almost a straightaway back, choosing to run long. We'll see if it pays off.
Stage 1 continues here at the Darlington Raceway. 50 laps down out of 367. 1 caution on the opening lap, turn 2 for Josh Berry, who was knocked out of the race, like contact with Tyler Reddick as a result of the spin. Berry again still in the garage area. Brad Keselowski pitting out of the box penalty. He is a couple laps down now off the lead lap. Zane Smith also had a pit road penalty, dropping him off the lead lap. Several others have just outright gone a lap down on speed, and obviously based on the pit strategy as to when they pitted, resulting in which John Hunter Nemechek has not been to pit road yet. Same for Michael McDowell. They're currently running 1st and 3rd. Chase Briscoe, 4.5 seconds off the lead, is first of those that have already made a green flag pit stop here in Stage 1. Briscoe is in 2nd, behind Nemechek. Michael McDowell in 3rd. Ross Chastain 4th. Kyle Larson rounds out the top 5 in 5th. 6th is Bubba Wallace. Denny Hamlin 7th. Austin Cindric 8th. Austin Dillon 9th. And William Byron in 10th. 11th for Daniel Suarez. Tyler Reddick 12th. Christopher Bell 13th. 14th for Justin Haley. Joey Logano 15th. Ryan Blaney 16th. 17th Eric Jones. Ty Gibbs 18th. AJ Allmendinger 19th. And Carson Hocevar is 20th. Chase Elliott in 21st. 22nd. Cole Custer. Noah Gragson 23rd. Kyle Busch 24th. And Alex Bowman 25th. 26 is Chris Buescher, just getting his lap back. Same for Ryan Preece in 27th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., first car lap down in 28th. Shane Van Gisbergen in 29th, and 30th is Riley Herbst. Todd Gilliland, 31st. Derek Kraus, 32nd. Cody Ware, 33rd. Timmy Hill, 34th. Zane Smith, 35th. 36th is Ty Dillon. Brad Keselowski, 37th. And Josh Berry rounds out our 38-car field for the Southern 500. So that is a full update on the leaderboard. Be sure to hit the like button on the stream if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content. We're getting close to 50 likes already on the stream, already up to 37 in just the first 54 laps of tonight's event. Live commentary coverage not only for this race continues on, but we will have 3 of them again next week. And Gateway, second race of the playoffs, round of 16 for the NASCAR Cup Series. Xfinity Series regular season finale next week at Gateway. 3 drivers going for that regular season title: Sam Mayer, Justin Allgaier, and Connor Zilisch. And as far as the points battle to get in, it'll be Jeb versus Harrison Burton for that final spot, assuming we don't get an upset winner to knock both of them out. So definitely a couple of points battles. Cup practice and qualifying also on Saturday before our Xfinity Series race action. Starting at 4:30 p.m. Eastern with Cup practice and qualifying. Xfinity race will be at 7:30 Eastern Saturday night. Sunday afternoon we'll go live for the NASCAR Cup race at 2:30 p.m. Eastern right here on KRC. Chase Briscoe within a couple tenths of a second of John Hunter Nemechek as he'll be looking to take the lead through turns 1 and 2 now. Much fresher tires as Nemechek has not yet been to pit road. This could cycle out pretty well for John Hunter. He was running just outside the top 15 before the cycling even started. If he can get his tires to last that long without completely blowing out on him, I think he's going to be well above 16th place before he ends up pitting. And as for Michael McDowell, he's back at 11th, maybe not able to manage his tires on the long run quite as well as the 42 of Nemechek, but again, McDowell on the same strategy. Daniel Suarez also has not yet been to pit road. He's still in the lead lap, but in 19th. And as for those that did pit, anywhere between 11 to 20 laps ago was when they took their pit stops. Post-commercial break now, the current top 10. Chase Briscoe in the lead. John Hunter Nemechek still in second. 5 seconds behind is Bubba Wallace in third behind the leader. 5.5 seconds back is Ross Chastain in fourth. Denny Hamlin 5.6 seconds off the lead in fifth. So those 3 kind of clumped together. Kyle Larson even not that far behind them in sixth. Then Austin Cindric is seventh. Austin Dillon eighth. William Byron ninth. Tyler Reddick in 10th. Yep, 367 on the lap counter. 115 in stage 1. Playoff drivers who are outside the top 10 right now would include Christopher Bell in 11th, Ryan Blaney in 12th, Joey Logano in 15th, Chase Elliott 19th, Alex Bowman 25th, Shane Van Gisbergen 28th, and Josh Berry last in 38th with the crash. This will be the 3rd DNF in a row at Darlington for Josh Berry as well. He's wrecked out in the last 2 races here, Southern 500 last year and the spring race earlier this season. Before those 3 DNFs, he had a 3rd place finish in the spring race of 2024, his best at the track. When he can make it to the end of the race, he can have a solid run. I think that was proved well in qualifying yesterday with him starting 3rd. The problem is he just can't make it to the end of the race. Couldn't even make it through a full lap today. Car bottomed out on him before he broke loose after getting through the bump at turn 2. John Hunter Nemechek is finally coming to pit road. He was just about to fall out of the top 10, so well above 16th. 16, 17, somewhere around there is where he was running. I think the one-stop strategy, if you're further back in the field, is a good strategy to maybe try to gain some track position. I don't know if it would be a race-winning strategy if you were to try that from the front of the pack. But good enough for these first 2 stages to ensure you're going to get a good finish. And obviously stay on the lead lap is the big thing, especially here in stage 1 and stage 2. You want to be on the lead lap when the final stage starts to at least give yourself a shot at a really good run. Ross Chastain's fallen back a couple spots in recent laps. Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson have made passes for 3rd and 4th. Chastain now back to 5th.
Little area on the right front, a little area in the left front. I mean, I don't know if I love it.
Crew Chief Rudy Fugle telling his driver what he did, doesn't know if he loves it according to the driver. And he said that patch, that's turns 1 and 2, he said it's a little funky over there. So they'll be looking at this, trying to perfect what they're doing here tonight. I love the feedback about it not feeling good on the short run, Jeff, right? Because even if it looks better on the stopwatch long run, you have to be ready. Maybe that's something you would take out if we have a sprint to the end of the stage or the end of the race.
It's pretty interesting. He's heard him talking about the patch in 1 and 2 and how it changes the race car. Well, look, 2021 is when they did it. Look how black the racetrack
That's
was.
crazy.
Now, today, you can hardly see that patch. It looks like it's faded and lost grip like the rest of the racetrack, but it still has a little more grip and it's smoother. It's a little bit smoother and the car drives differently in that patch. Even though you can't see it, it's sitting there. William Byron did a great job of describing what it was doing to his race car.
Here comes Tyler Reddick. This is for 8.
Yep, Reddick and Byron get a battle for 8th. Reddick lost some time with the slow pit stop. They struggled with the jack on the left side of the race car. He was in 5th place before the pit cycling started, so getting one of those spots lost back. He's 10 seconds out of the race lead. Briscoe's 5 seconds ahead of Bubba Wallace. Pretty decent sized lead for him. 27 cars currently on the lead lap, last of which is Riley Herbst. Alex Bowman at 26, only a couple seconds ahead of our race leader in that spot. Second to last car on the lead lap for Bowman. Playoff driver Shane Van Gisbergen a lap down as he is actually up to 23rd. So SVG unlapped himself. I think he was on the strategy of staying out of the pits for a longer period of time. When they first cycled through the green flag pit stops, I believe he was a lap down, but he has since unlapped himself. Like Jonathan Nemechek right now is a lap down as well, but he should be able to unlap himself and will probably be the leader once everything cycles through, if I had to guess. Just like he was for a little bit before Briscoe took the lead. So with Briscoe out in front, he has led for 45 laps. Bubba Wallace led for 9 as he ended up taking the lead after Briscoe pitted. He got to his back bumper after making a pass on Hamlin for second just laps before. Jonathan Nemechek led for 12 laps during that said run of green flag stops, and those are the only 3 drivers to lead today. All of them Toyotas and all across the 3 Toyota teams of JGR 2311 and Legacy Motor Club. Alex Bowman on pit road for the second time in stage 1.
To swing a little bit more. This is Kim.
Yeah, with where they qualified, they knew they were going to have an aggressive strategy to begin with. Cruising Blake Harris. Oh, looks like there might be an issue there. Not sure what it is. So this is going to be detrimental to their shot. Air gun. It looks like the gun was not working on the right side for the changer. Struggling to turn, though. This is going to absolutely cause a hiccup for this team, Steve.
They dropped the jack on the hose, too. Oh, no.
Gun would work. He went over to get another one. The front changer goes to the right rear. Works on the car. Then they drop it. This is going to be, look at the pit stop.
Oh, 35 seconds. Now we can't get it fired off. That was a 40-second pit stop for Alex Bowman. First, the air gun hose breaks. Then they go to get the new air hose. And when they drop the jack on the right side of the race car, the hose on the front side, which was not the hose that they changed, got stuck underneath the right front tire. So then the jackman had to go back around to the right side, jack the car back up. Then they completed the left side. That part of it was smooth. Dropped the jack on the left. Bowman was supposed to go. Then he couldn't get the car to fire out of the pit box. And that cost him about another 5 seconds. I mean, this was team error, team error, team error, then driver error, an extra 5 seconds. I mean, this is one of those tutorial videos that you watch when you become a pit crew member on any of these NASCAR Cup Series teams. They're like, don't do this. This is what not to do when calamity strikes on pit road. 40-second pit stop. That is more than a full lap time here at Darlington. Our fastest lap by the leader, Chase Briscoe, is a 29.456. That's still the fastest lap of the race as well. Oh my goodness. Already wasn't having a good night. He was in 26, second to last car on the lead lap. That mistake, he's definitely not going to finish stage 1 on the lead lap, and he might even be 2 laps down with where he was running before the pit stop started. If he goes 2 laps down before the end of stage 1, I don't think Alex Bowman is getting back on the lead lap by the end of the race because there's just too many cars that are a lap down right now. The amount of tire fall off we see here at Darlington, we're probably not going to see many guys taking the wave around throughout the course of the night. It's been a struggle all weekend for that 48 team. Outside the top 30 in practice, qualified 29th. He was running barely above that in the race. And I mean, this is just a bad weekend gone worse. Tyler Reddick on the pit road for his green flag stop. William Byron is in as well. 43 laps to go in stage 1. They currently are going under a side-by-side commercial break. Top 5 still on the racetrack as they run. Chase Briscoe leads. Bubba Wallace second. Denny Hamlin third. Kyle Larson fourth. And Ross Chastain is in fifth. Gas man didn't care. Yeah, there were some people yelling at each other when they left the pit box. It was just a complete blunder on pit road for the 48 bunch. Joey Logano in for his stop. Quite a few playoff drivers coming into the pits in recent laps. Austin Cindric also in with his Penske teammate. Blaney ran a little bit longer than those two in the first stint, so I'd imagine that'll be the case here as well. Austin Dillon is just exiting his pit box. I don't understand why a lot of this is going on during a commercial break, but it is. Top 5 are still running long. The top 6, in fact, have not pitted. All staying out there on the track. Until now, I believe Briscoe's in. Ross Chastain is also in. Well, this is round 1. Dean Tate. Yeah, this is round 1. But yeah, 48 and the 21, not off to a good start. They were already below the cut line when we started this round because they were outside the top 12 seeds. So having a bad night, that just puts them in a really big hole into these next 2 races at Gateway and Bristol.
Pit road, he went a little bit further than some of the other leaders, considering he was the first of the leaders on pit road in the beginning of this cycle. It should be their second and final stop for this stage on the green, and it looked like a smooth stop in either way.
Ready to go, Parker. The Joe Gibbs Racing teammates pitting Denny Hamlin on pit road. It was much better than run. He said 2 tights to start, but much better up the hill through 1 and 2 at the end of that run, Kim.
Bubba Wallace is complaining of a free condition, needs just a little bit more rear stability as they come for routine service for fresh Goodyear tires and Snowco fuel.
Little Darlington stripe on the right rear quarter panel of the 23.
Yep. Just a scuff. Oh!
Had to stop as Zane Smith was coming in.
Oh!
Oh, now he hits the tire carrier. Oh, what a mess.
Oh, now he's backed over the air hose.
Now he's on the hose.
This is worse than the 48. Oh my gosh.
Let's take a look exactly what happens. You're going to see the 38 right in the middle of the screen is going to start turning left. Now look,
Oh!
the 38 concedes, but the 38 has the right of way. The car entering has the right of way. The car leaving has to be clear to re-enter traffic. Bubba Wallace goes. Zane Smith concedes the position because it was going to be a disaster for both of them.
I think that's the point. Good heads up from both of them. Here's Dave Burns.
On pit lane, Kyle Larson. He had cycled to the lead, gets a chassis adjustment there to keep up with this racetrack. Drivers get a little nervous when everyone's spinning around them, but Cliff Daniels told him, your lap times are good. You're making good pace. Give me a couple more. He did, Marty.
Brian Blaney said the fire off was better and it turns better, but I needed to hang on longer. So Jonathan Assler making the call to bring him down pit road here with 37 to go. Slightly longer. That might give him a little bit of a tire advantage at the end of the run, Parker.
Chase Elliott also on pit road. He commented that he felt like the right rear was less mad at him on this run. Still a little bit tight in the center. 4 tires in either way, Marty.
Christopher Bell keeps talking about how the car can be a little bit better, and he feels like if he can get that better, it'll help him certainly on the longer run. A little bit too tight in the center of 1 and 2, but then 3 on the exit. of 1 and 2. And he said he just needs more rear grip on entry of turn 3. 20 team coming down pit road. You see that adjustment being made to tighten him up.
Been a positive night for the JGR Toyotas, that's for sure. As Christopher Bell in the ring, Camry is released. It's been strong from pole sitter Hamlin. It's been strong from Bell. And then the 19 of Chase Briscoe, who has led the most laps in this race so far with 53.
I love that shot. We just forgot how much hustle it takes to run around an apron of 1 and 2. All right, you love this 23 paint scheme right here. Let's listen into the radio. Sounded to me like that was either the crew chief or the spotter.
Probably well, it could have been the crew chief, I guess, being that close. Yeah, that was what I was going to say when they were breaking down. Usually the crew chief or the spotter will give the indication for the driver to wait in their box if somebody's coming in front of them. They dropped the jack. He went. The spotter and or crew chief did not wave Wallace off. It's a blind spot. When you're in those race cars in a parked car, somebody's coming in at what the pit road speed is here at Darlington, 45 miles an hour. You're in a dead stop. You have no idea, where they're at until they get there. So it's not really on the driver as much as it is the crew chief and the spotter in that situation in particular. SVG into the pits.
Struggling to get twice here in stage 1.
SVG is released. Meanwhile, John Hunter Nemechek is back out in front, but on rotation, on cycle. Chase Briscoe, who sits in second, is the man to watch. There he is there, just looming large in the mirror.
Looming large.
This guy here who won here a year ago, biggest win of his career for the then Stuart Haas Racing Organization. He said, boy, it was such a tough environment as the season went on because we all knew we were looking for jobs. No matter what you did within the organization, everybody was moving on. That morning after I won my first Southern 500, he said it was an incredible turnaround, Jim, in just team morale and spirit. He said it was a fantastic feeling.
Well, it's nothing better than winning Southern 500. Zane Smith, that trouble he had on pit road, he is 2 laps down.
Trickle on board giving us a look back from Ryan Priest's Ford at RFK. Meanwhile, there's just 31 laps left in the opening stage.
On to a commercial break here on USA Network, which is where you can watch visual purposes of tonight's Southern 500 at Darlington. We are 31 laps to go in stage 186 of 367 complete. Chase Briscoe is back in the race lead yet again. Denny Hamlin is in third. Jonathan Nemechek at second, who has only pitted once in this stage. Twice for pretty much everybody else up at the front of the field. Then you got Denny Hamlin behind him. Tyler Reddick in fourth. Ross Chastain in fifth. Bubba Wallace sixth after a slightly slow exit to pit road with having to wait on Zane Smith. Lost a couple of positions there, but nowhere near as bad as what we saw for the 48. Kyle Larson in seventh. Austin Cindric in eighth. William Byron ninth. Austin Dillon rounds out the current top 10 in the positioning order. I was going to say Tyler Reddick has really made up quite a few positions. After the first set of pit stops, he was back in ninth place. Rounding out the second wave of green flag stops here in stage 1, which will likely take us to the end of the stage now, he is in third. Will be in third, obviously, once he gets by Nemechek. Currently, he's in fourth, but he's got way fresher tires than the 42 car. That 45 is looking fast. He just had to get through that first run when he lost a lot of spots because of sliding those tires after the contact with Barry on the opening lap following the only caution of the race so far. It's been clean and green ever since the lap 1 incident. Fun to watch a lot of flipping in the field here in the top 10 positions. We haven't seen anybody that started deep in the field or in the top 10 kind of work their way forward, but a lot of movement and variation throughout the top 10 from the start of the race. Even with all that going on here with 27 laps to go in stage one, it's down to Chase Briscoe and Denny Hamlin, the guys who started on the front row in this one, leading the way in first and second yet again. It has been all Toyotas in this first stage as well. With those, not only JGR Toyotas, again, Reddick Walls have looked good. Ross Chastain, quick pit stops for the one team. Speaking of quick pit stops, Kyle Larson, I noticed, 9.3 second stop, had the fastest of any of the drivers. Playoff, non-playoff, didn't matter during the first stop. Second stop, they backed that up with a 9.4. It was only slower than the 9.3 that I saw from Ty Gibbs in the 54. So fastest of the playoff bunch on the 16 driver playoff field for the 5 team on both pit stops here in stage one. So great execution there. The driver has done a good job staying clean, being patient early in the race. When he got passed by a couple of cars in stage one, looked like he was battling a loose race car. Larson obviously staying in it and one of the top 5 or 6 cars here in the early going. Really the best Chevrolet on the long run. Chastain might be a little bit better on the short run than the 5. Alex Bowman trying to not go a second lap down. Chase Briscoe is underneath him right now trying to put him 2 laps down. Cody Ware also in the way of about going 2 laps down around with Alex Bowman. Following a 40-second pit stop on the second stop out of 2 in this stage. The gas man did give up. That's what it looked like. Although he probably got the car full of fuel because they only went 35 laps into the run. It was a 40-second stop, so he probably had it full in the first 10 seconds, and he was just waiting on everybody else.
There's just really, you can't have anything like this. And then this right here is just a pit crew reliving what is a nightmare stop.
I wouldn't even want to watch that back again.
That replay. Alex Bowman, here he is here. He's going back and forth with race leader Chase Briscoe. This is to try and stay just 1 lap down. Briscoe eases by. That puts Bowman now 2 laps down. All because of that. There are 2 playoff drivers not on the lead lap, Alex Bowman and Shane Van Gisbergen. Bowman 2 laps down, SVG 1 lap down. Here's the Toyota on board with Denny Hamlin as he breezes by Bowman.
Yeah, that Bowman crew. It's interesting because all the guys over pit wall normally run these open microphones when they can talk to one another, but I'm betting that pit support probably doesn't happen because you never think a poor guy behind pit wall has to give instructions. What's even more shocking, like when you look at the kind of the rankings, well, right here, I mean, Alex Bowman is 4th of all the playoff cars when it comes to pit crew. But those will be what I consider normal stops. What I just saw right there, you know, I'm gonna leave it out. I'm gonna wait for Paul Harvey to show up, tells the rest of the story of what happened. But I just can't see a way that that thing just comes unhooked without it just not being properly checked or properly engaged. Remember, it's a pit stop of the day, so they've already done a pit stop at one point.
The first one was good. That one was far from it.
Well, guys, what I love about this racetrack and many drivers is that you can tackle it in so many different ways. And one of the ways that the 19 team is asking Chase Briscoe is to have that higher entry into turn 1. This was a line made famous by Denny Hamlin and Kyle Larson in recent years. And you just saw him do it there. Instead of going into turn 1 onto the apron, which is his tendency, as he has this lead right now, about a half second over Denny Hamlin, the team has been asking him to get used to using that line and trying it out. And Jeff, you know how tough this is. When you do that line, it's like you're heading directly for the wall, and then suddenly the car catches. They've been asking Chase to get a couple on it because it can pay dividends in traffic and when you're trying to find some speed in that race car, because his tendency is to use that lower line.
Yeah, historically here, you want to enter turn 1 low and then just drift up to the wall. And over the last few years, several drivers, as Parker mentioned, Denny Hamlin being kind of the guy that started it, just start entering higher, kind of like you do in turn 3. Enter higher, but you don't have to turn the car as much. Let's watch Chase Briscoe. This shot right here is a great shot of it. See, he's not down. Well, actually, he is still using that low entry. Right, left side tires to the white line, then up to the wall. The team may be asking him to do it, but he may not like it. He may feel like, hey, okay, I know maybe Denny Hamlin can do it, but I'm fine doing this. I like this. works for me. You have to be willing to try stuff for sure, because this track's going to change. There you go. Is another good shot. Watch it as we go down this way. Even at that, a little bit higher entry. Got to the bottom, but he stayed against the wall a little bit longer. Little things here, Steve. Moving your car 2 feet to the right, 2 feet to the left at this racetrack can make a huge difference in the car.
Is something ominous for the competition because Chase Briscoe, who's led 68 laps so far today, said that we haven't realized our potential yet. First year for Chase Briscoe at JGR. First year with him.
16 laps to go in stage one. We're at lap 100 in today's Southern 500 at Darlington Raceway. We'll go through the full field leaderboard. Everybody has pitted twice, except for the couple that are trying the one-stop strategy in this stage, which would include John Hunter Nemechek, Kyle Busch on the one-stop strategy. And that's seemingly it. It seems like an alternate two-stopper for Michael McDowell and somebody else. Actually, no, I don't think Michael McDowell's pitted twice. I believe it's still once because he's dropping spots. He's in 24th. So I believe those are the only three of the lead lap that are on a one-stop strategy. Again, it would be the 42, the 8, and the 71. Chase Briscoe is the race leader. 1.7 seconds ahead of Denny Hamlin. 4.8 seconds over Tyler Reddick in third. 6.1 seconds over fourth place Ross Chastain. Fifth is Bubba Wallace, Kyle Larson in sixth. Seventh for John Hunter Nemechek, Christopher Bell, 8th, Austin Cindric, 9th, William Byron in 10th, Ryan Blaney, I almost said Brainy, Ryan Blaney, 11th, 12th place, Ty Gibbs, Eric Jones, 13th, Austin Dillon, 14th, Kyle Busch in 15th, up 22 spots from the start of the race on the strategy he's with right now. Joey Logano in 16th, Carson Hocevar, 17th, AJ Allmendinger, 18th, Chase Elliott, 19th, and Cole Custer in 20th. Justin Haley, 21st. Chris Buescher, 22nd. Noah Gragson, 23rd. Michael McDowell, 24th. Ryan Preece, 25th, is the last car in the lead lap currently. Todd Gilliland, first car lap down in 26th. Riley Herbst, 27th. Shane Van Gisbergen in 28th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., 29th. Daniel Suarez, 30th. Cody Ware, 31st. Zane Smith, 32nd. Alex Bowman, 33rd. Brad Keselowski, 34th. Ty Dillon, 35th. Derek Kraus, 36th. Timmy Hill, 37th. And Josh Berry, still the only car out of the race, 38th. Is where he runs. So that is our full field running over just over an hour into the race here for this opening stage. Again, 13 laps to go. Long green flag run that we are currently working following the lone caution of the race at lap 1. Already 10 lead changes in this year's Southern 500. Very topsy-turvy with the way of the pit strategy, but it's the 19 of Briscoe who led the opening lap of the race, who leads through lap 104.
He's using that high entry. His team is seeing that Reddick is 2 to 3 tenths a lap faster than everybody on the racetrack, and they're seeing him do something different. So they're relaying that information. It's not coming from what they're seeing from the 11 car, it's what they're seeing from this car.
I think about a year ago for Tyler Reddick, when he came here, he had terrible illness. Remember in the car, he was asking, Stevie, you remember he was asking for Tums? He thought he was going to vomit inside the car. He had some food poisoning. He had a stomach issue.
Oh, that's right. That was last year.
It was not pleasurable. The whole weekend wasn't pleasurable. But he gutsed it out. He battled through it. Today, he narrowly avoided a massive situation on the opening lap when he had that car broadside exiting turn 2 after a collision with Josh Berry. Jeff described it as just a miraculous save, and he's making the most of having a second chance.
That recovery continued on pit road, went under a green flag. They fixed that roof flap and that diffuser flap. So this 45 team looking kind of playoff ready. And that's how I look at the running order. You see those blue squares. Those are the playoff drivers. Briscoe, Hamlin, Resch, Chastain,
Blue square.
Wallace, Larson, Bell. They're filled up in the top 7, all looking to score stage points. Cindric and Byron also trying to score stage points. Nemechek on that alternate strategy, just trying to slip and slide those old tires to the finish. Really, to me, the big stories are probably those that haven't, right? Barry off with an accident, Bowman 2 laps down, now SVG a lap down.
The screen, look at his left side tires below the white line, getting into turn 1. Tyler Reddick, a car width higher. Just making his car not have to turn it as much into the center of 1 and 2. But that is a very new line at this racetrack. Denny Hamlin started doing it. Tyler Reddick started doing it. Kyle Larson started doing it.
What
It
line?
works.
What line did you take when you won the Southern 500?
Left side's below that white line.
Really?
Yes. Newer drivers are always looking to change the game, always looking to improve. Tyler Reddick's one of those guys. He's comfortable all day long, right on the boards. Right side tires, all but hitting the walls. He'll do it all night.
At SVG, he pitted a few laps after Reddick. Reddick at 72, SVG at 81. So 9-lap pressure tires. When you ask yourself why you run long, because it costs you time, this is the payoff. Now for the 88, it's going to be a little too late. He's a lap down. He needs to get the 35 of Riley Herbst and Todd Gillen, the 34 up the road. He's got 7 laps to do it. Let's see. Well, I see the 35. He's the car in front of the 11. I think 34 is even up the road farther than that. The green, that Pickles machine, there it is. So that 34 Pickles, but now listen, if the 34 can pass the 19,
Exactly.
that puts him back on the lead lap. So Briscoe, these leaders, even with the better cars, the older tires are fading. Look at Todd Gillen. He knows I want to get by this car. Oh, Herbst wants him to get by it because that puts Herbst in the free pass position. And then SVG is trying to run them both down. You see him right behind the 11. So with 5 to go, we can talk a lot about who's going to score points. But if the bigger story might be who saves the lap. Let's see. Does Hitler just let him go?
That everyone's working out out of him.
He's not going to let him go, but I think he's going to eventually get by the 11.
On really fresh tires. Like really fresh. That's a real technical term right there. That's really fresh.
Ooh. 3 wide. Look at this. There goes McDowell.
Oh,
He's trying to get
SVG.
himself just 1 lap down.
He wiggled when the
That's what I'm saying.
71 got in
To do
front of
that,
him.
Those fresh tires, you think like it's impossible because it's half a front stretch, but you just watch it, just how much grip they have now that there's cars out of the way. There's always battles somewhere.
There goes Van Gisbergen and dives to the inside line on Denny Hamlin. Able to get that done.
And he might be able to chase that 71, right? Let's see.
And the 45 has run the 11 down. That race with SVG slowed Denny Hamlin down, and here comes Reddick.
There he goes on one of his co-owners. So Reddick to 2nd place. Meanwhile, look at this scramble. Gilliland, McDowell. They're all trying to get past Chase Briscoe.
And McDowell has to go because he knows 2 laps down is kind of the end of your night. You have to try to get 1 down. There's a lot of pathways back from 1. I think the 71 has no issue. But this battle between Gilliland and Herbst, the 2 green cars, 2 different shades of green, those next 2 cars in the line, that's the battle for the free pass. Unless they can get by Briscoe, Herbst trying to make something of it. His 2 teammates of Reddick and Reddick and Bubba Wallace are in the playoffs. Riley having his first full-time year.
Boy, this is going to be a thrilling final 2 laps in the opening stage because SVG's got them inside as well. That last car you see in shot, the white car, the WeatherTech Chevrolet for Trackhouse Racing, they're all lining up for a shot for their own selfish reasons on Chase Briscoe.
Oh, and it's all going to happen. You mentioned that last lap is going to be busy. Does Briscoe fight them or does he concede? Herbst to the bottom.
Gillen's going to throttle up on the outside, trying to use that momentum, get alongside him down the front straightaway. He can't do it.
What's 88 got to do? What a squeeze by Herbst to fit that car in there.
This is like the last lap of the race, but it's the last lap of stage 1. Brought to you by Credit One Bank. Here comes SVG on the inside.
Oh, man.
And that opens the door for Gilliland.
What a move.
This is
Kind of used him up.
Only the front car will get it because they're behind the 19.
Now he's got to defend. Meanwhile, what an opening stage it's been for JGR and Chase Briscoe. 85 laps led, and he wins the first stage of the Southern 500.
Battle for inside the top 10, the 42 right here on old tires. He will stay 9th. Blaney 10th. Well, what a drive from the 88 of SVG to get back. He'll get the lead lap. Well done.
Battle for 25th, right? That could make a difference whether he can advance, staying in the lead lap.
Let's give a shout out too to John Hunter Nemechek, who made up 19 positions from where he started to finish inside the top 10, stage 1.
A lot of laps led for Chase Briscoe, who goes on to win stage 1 from the 2nd starting position. 85 of the 115 laps led in that stage for the 19 team. Tyler Reddick ends up in second. Third for Denny Hamlin. Ross Chastain fourth, and Bubba Wallace in fifth. Sixth place was Kyle Larson. Seventh was Christopher Bell, Austin Cindric, eighth, Jonathan Nemechek ninth, and Ryan Blaney rounding out the top 10. Nemechek got a one-stop strategy, finishing ninth. That was a great call. Again, they were 16th, 17th. End up netting some spots. He was the only non-playoff driver to actually finish inside the top 10 in stage one. So, great job done for that 42 team. Toyota all the way across the board is just so quick tonight. I mean, obviously, Nemechek right there. Even on a two-stop strategy, though, his teammate Eric Jones 13th, Ty Gibbs 12th. As non-playoff drivers, they're hovering. I mean, they're the best of the non-playoff bunch so far. 10 lead changes in the opening stage. None in the final 30 to 35 laps after Briscoe had cycled into the lead from the second set of green flag pit stops. And again, that only caution lap one for Josh Berry. Reddick, who was slightly involved in the incident, ended up second. It was action-packed. Pretty good start to the race here tonight. Yeah, lights have been on mostly from the start of the race, but not complete darkness yet. We still got quite a bit of sun surrounding the racetrack. Front stretch maybe shaded a bit with the grandstands, but all of turns 1 and 2 wide open in the sun, and most of 3 and 4 yet. Got about a half hour of daylight left.
The fun end to stage one involving that car we were just looking at there, Shane Van Gisbergen. Obviously, it was an awesome effort from Chase Briscoe and also John Hunter Nemechek. There was lots going on there, and pit road is getting busy. Dave Burns, you're up.
Ross Chastain hits his marks perfectly. He told his team that it was the tightest of the run, built loose in, but too tight on the fire-off, Kim.
Tyler Reddick, top right, said a little tight on entry. Wants to be freer, but he knows it will trend that way, so they decide to leave it alone. Just tires and fuel. Did tell him as long as it's straight, Parker.
And for race leader Chase Briscoe, he said it's still loose and it over rotates over that patch in turn 2. The team told the management party 4 times away.
Denny Hamlin said the middle part of the run was really good, but I lost all my rear, especially on entry of turn 3. Does pit stall number 1 pay off for Hamlin? They gain 1 spot, but Briscoe wins the race off pit road, Lee.
Crew Chief James Small told me at the 19 team he's been very impressed with the improvement of his guys, his pit crew. They're getting better and better every race this year. Their driver wins the race off.
It just dawned on me. I completely forgot that I got Subway for dinner. It was sitting to my left the whole time. I didn't have enough chance to eat it when I got home before the stream started after work. I just glanced over it. I can't believe it took me 115 laps to realize that I still had a sub sitting there. Thought that was funny. I'll smash that at some point here in stage 2. So Chase Briscoe out in front. 19 team looking strong. Briscoe, the defending winner of this race with Stuart Haas Racing, got the last win for that organization in this event. Did not have a good finish in the spring race. Actually, it ended up 27th in the Goodyear 400 this season. But clearly a great run early on, getting the stage win. That is another playoff point, carrying into the next round. Look to see how many stage wins he actually has on the year. Trying to find it. Do my math, he would have had 3. That was the third one, I believe. Third stage win of the season for Chase Briscoe. Hopefully I was doing my math correctly. Actually, that might not be accurate. He might have more than that. I don't know where he finished in the regular season standings. He's the 8th seed, but I don't think he was 8th in the regular season points. He might have been a little higher, a little lower. I can check on my phone. I think on my phone on the NASCAR app it shows stage wins. I don't know why the website, when you go there, it doesn't show that statistic on the season standings. Let's see. Oh, I had it right anyway. Third stage win of the year. I wanted to double check that though, because I wasn't entirely sure. So that was the third stage win of the season for Briscoe. Advice, don't smash it. DC National card. Not that kind of smash. Briscoe is just behind Hamlin in 7th regular season. Thank you for that, Irene.
That we saw some different strategies as far as how many laps they were going to go, and then some charges by some drivers. Tyler Reddick, that was impressive. Well, we showed how impressive it was that he didn't crash that race car. I've never seen a car off of turn 2 get that sideways and not at least hit the wall. It's just amazing that he's up there with a fast car again. I would say if you told Billy Scott after lap 1, when all that went down, they would earn 9 stamps in stop 1. I don't think he would have believed you, DJ. Not at all. I mean, they had a lot of issues just from that getting sideways that much. He did nothing wrong, just a victim of circumstances there. But they have righted the ship now, and this young man knows how to get around this racetrack. How big of a moment was that for SVG at the end of that stage to get in a position to get the free pass? Well, looking at it right now, it was huge. We'll see at the end of the night if he can play that into something, at least a top 20 finish. But he drove his tail off getting back there and getting in that position. And Lee, if you look at those points earned here in stage 1, all but one of those drivers earning points, playoff drivers. I have a feeling that's going to be a theme for the entire playoff run.
Yeah, it was definitely an eclectic blend, wasn't it? And there's some non-playoff drivers featuring here so far this evening. Stage 2 coming up with 109 laps to go once we get back to racing. Steve?
Desperate times call for desperate measures, and that's where the 48 of Alex Bowman currently is. He waved around, which means everybody pitted. He stayed out. He's driven now around. He's only 1 lap down, but he's in nearly 50 lap tires.
Oh.
This is a calculated, we need a lap 1 restart wreck, just like we saw to start the race. That's what the 48's looking for.
On pit road.
That's a big gamble.
It's been a struggle tonight. He gained 4 spots. Good pit stop for that team. The opposite of that, Austin Dillon, who was having a solid night, he lost 6 spots.
Good start to the night for the Legacy Motor Club Toyota.
Well, we are about to find out if we're going to get a quick caution because we are back to green flag racing. Chase Briscoe, Denny Hamlin, front row for the 3rd time already tonight. Green flag back in the air. A little contact between the two of them as they come together in the restart zone. It looked like both of them might have spun their tires simultaneously. Great job not wrecking by those two, but they kind of bunch up the field close behind, and they're still door-to-door for the lead out of the exit of turn 2 and down the back straightaway. Reddick on the inside of row 2, Chastain on the outside of that row. Nowhere to go for both of them. They're boxed in right now, both in dirty air, while Hamlin and Briscoe fight for the clean air at the front of the pack. Briscoe trying to get a drive off turn 4, but Hamlin side drafts him. Reddick has to give up the bottom lane, and he drops in on the outside right behind Chastain. So Ross Chastain up to 3rd. Contact. Hamlin and Briscoe as they battle for the lead into turns 1 and 2. Hamlin out in front as he slid across the nose of the 19. Great job by Briscoe keeping it off of the wall. That caused Chastain to have to check up in the middle of the corner, and Reddick is right back underneath him for third again. Though Reddick does not complete the pass, and Chastain with a sweeping run on the outside off turn 4 will hold on for third for yet another lap. Hamlin might have bounced off the wall off turn 4. If he didn't, he was very close. Contact all the way down the front stretch. Hocevar and Chase Elliott getting together. Not sure where that started. We're going to need a replay once this gets sorted out, of course. But they were touching from about the flag stand to the entry of turn 1. A lot of tire smoke. Doesn't seem like there's a fender caved in on either of the race cars, as it doesn't look like there's any more tire smoke as they roll through both ends of the racetrack, causing a rub. But I would imagine that they had contact off turn 4, and Chase was maybe showing some displeasure at Carson Hocevar. We'll see. I don't know. I think that was on Chase Elliott. They didn't have contact off turn 4. It looked like Elliott was trying to cram it up the middle 3 wide between Hocevar and... couldn't tell who the car in front of him was. It might have been Nemechek in the 42. But that hole was not open. And I don't know if there was contact the lap before or not. Meanwhile, Hocevar just knocks the 17 into the wall. I was just defending Chase Elliott, or Carson Hocevar, and then the next lap he puts Chris Buescher into the fence. Showing a replay of the 77 and the 9, there might have been a little bit of contact between the 9 and the 77. And that would have been the lap before. Hocevar got really loose. Oh, that was the lap after, excuse me. Had my facts wrong. That was the lap after. The 9 ran into the 77. The 77 gets loose off turn 4, nearly getting into the 9. Meanwhile, Chase Elliott 13th, Carson Hocevar 15th. Silent Owl Scribe, by the way, welcome to the stream. Same for Stu in the chat. Who's everyone have to win? I've got Tyler Reddick. He was my pick pre-race. He's looking sporty tonight. I feel good about it. Denny Hamlin, after leading his first laps of the race here tonight from the pole, it took till stage 2 to lead, but he's out in front for now. Under duress from his teammate Chase Briscoe, has led in 12 consecutive races at Darlington in the NASCAR Cup Series. That puts him 5th all-time on the track history list. There's a stat line that they just showed on the left side of the screen on USA Network. Figured I'd drop that stat on you guys during the course of the live commentary stream tonight. So Briscoe got underneath Hamlin in 3 and 4 the last lap, and this lap in turns 1 and 2. Couldn't complete the pass. The 19 is definitely rounding the corner out better than the 11. Hamlin looked to be better than him at the very start of the race on the longer run, but the 19 has been making some adjustments during these first couple stops, and he's been tougher and tougher to not only catch, but to obviously pass him as well on these non-restart situations like we just saw, where Hamlin was able to get to the lead, kind of crowding the 19 just a bit. Whether it was intentional or not, that's what happened, and he was able to get to the lead. A couple of dirt racers, Christopher Bell and Kyle Larson, side by side for 6th on track. Bell gets by Larson on the inside. Fell behind him on the restart, just like stage 1, able to make the pass. Eric Jones, the 2-time Southern 500 winner, is up to 9th, battling Ryan Blaney and looking to pass him for 8th. Unbelievable how good Eric Jones is at this racetrack. He's got 3 career Cup wins, 2 of them here. And he's up to 8th, and equipment that you wouldn't deem as good as everybody else in front of him. He's the highest running non-playoff driver currently. I think unanimously you would think that this is Eric Jones' best track. Pretty safe to say. Christopher McComas, also welcome to the stream. "26 cars on the lead lap. Alex Bowman stayed out to get the wave around, hoping for a quick caution to get one of his 2 laps back. He has since gone a 2nd lap down. He's back to 33rd again. And he's back on pit road, and he's probably going to end up losing another lap as well. Hopefully they have a clean pit stop this time.
driver. Start base. This less there's a caution. Remember, they took the waiver out to get a lap back, but did not stop at the stage-in. Alex Bowman saying not turning well, it's tight, but if he turns the wheel, it's snapping loose. So those two ends of the race car disconnected. Problems have been just detrimental to them all day. There might be a problem for 45. Another of our playoff drivers, Tyler Reddick, came on the radio and said there's smoke in the cockpit.
Uh-oh.
It feels okay. Rudy Scott came on the radio and said everything looks okay. North side wise, they're just going to have to deal with it for right now.
Eric Jones also moving past Kyle Larson for 7th on the racetrack while Alex Bowman was on pit road. Tyler Reddick, as you just heard there moments ago, radio communications, smoke in the cockpit. That's never good. Currently, Reddick is in 4th, 2 seconds out of the race lead. It's hard to see anything from the camera angles that they were showing on the zoomed in replay. Hopefully it lasts, because it's a quick hot ride, as Clint Boyer would say. Top 10 within 5 seconds of the race lead. Again, Chase Briscoe out in front. Denny Hamlin in second, 0.8 back. Ross Chastain 1.6 seconds off the lead in third. Tyler Reddick 2 seconds back in fourth. 2.6 seconds split to Bubba Wallace in fifth. 2.9 to Christopher Bell in sixth. 3.6 to Eric Jones in seventh. 4.1 to Kyle Larson in eighth. Ryan Blaney 4.5 seconds off the lead in ninth. And 5.1 seconds off the lead is William Byron in 10th. It's amazing how many drivers have had long-term success in their Cup careers here at Darlington, and those are pretty much all the drivers that are in the top 10. Hamlin, 5-time winner, runner-up, or runner-up spot right now in second. Chase Briscoe, last year's Southern 500 winner, leads. Ross Chastain, top 5 in the last 2 Southern 500s, third. Tyler Reddick, 4 top 3 finishes in the next-gen era here at Darlington. He's 4th. Eric Jones, 2-time Southern 500 winner, 7th. Larson, Southern 500 winner 2 years ago, in 8th. Byron, former spring winner, in 10th. So, usual suspects when it comes to Darlington Raceway for those that are at the front of the pack right now. It's amazing, too, because it's not just the next-gen era. It's guys who were quick in both the next gen and the Gen 6. Just one of those racetracks that style-wise, if you're good here, you're good here. Because no matter the car, this is the kind of racetrack where you have to race the racetrack more than you're racing the other drivers. Huge amount of discipline to make not only good quality lap times, but save the tires on this old asphalt. It is very much a driver's racetrack. 26 laps into stage 2 right now. We haven't taken our first break of the stream. We're going to do that right now. You're listening live on KRC to the Cookout Southern 500 2025 edition. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. We're 4 likes shy of 50 on the stream. Vote for who you think is going to win tonight's race in the chat poll. We're at 83 votes. That will close at the end of stage 2, about 90 laps from now. And don't forget, the Fantasy League will lock up at the end of stage 2 in 90 laps as well. So have your fantasy lineup set in the KRC League. And we'll have our diecast showing at the end of stage 2. So a lot upcoming at the end of this next one. Lap 230 would be that benchmarker out of 367. This and the Coca-Cola 600, easily the longest races of the season by time. This one, not the longest by mileage, but the slower lap times around this abrasive surface, hard to race racetrack. Creates for that endurance factor. Top of the fact, it is 500 miles, where there are very few of those length of races or more in the NASCAR Cup Series in today's NASCAR. During the commercial break, Ross Chastain with a pass for second on Denny Hamlin. As the track temps cool, the one car may be getting a bit quicker. Chastain winning one of the Crown Jewel events. Speaking of the longer races of the year, he won the Coke 600 earlier this spring, his only win of the season. Tyler Reddick is closing in quick on Denny Hamlin for third place also. Maybe falling behind the racetrack a bit for Hamlin. Maybe he did have significant contact on the 19 car when they came together in the restart zone the last time. Who knows?
Good time for a Toyota driver update. Pretty easy to see. It's Chase Briscoe, the race leader.
Brian
He's been
Zantop,
out
welcome
in
to the
front for
stream.
More than 100 laps so far this evening here in Darlington. Strong night for JGR and for 2311 Racing. Checking in with Parker Kligerman. Parker?
Right, for Chase Elliott, he started this race back in the 21st position. It's been slow but steady progress up to the 14th position here, but at the end of the last stage, we got some insight as to what he's been struggling with. Basically, he's been trying so hard to take care of the right rear tire of that race car. He said end of the last run, I whipped the front tires doing that and got too tight late. Al Justin responded to that by going back to the way they started this race in terms of the setup of that race car, Marty.
Parker further behind Chase Elliott is Joey Logano sitting in the 22nd position in the 22 car. He told Paul Wolf a moment ago, I have no idea what direction this car is going from one moment to the next. Then he asked the team, can you give me some indication of steering traces and what's going on with my race car? And then he just told Paul a second ago, it is back to plowing like a dump truck. It's been a struggle tonight for the 22 team, Dave.
Well, where has Austin Dillon gone from a ninth starting position? The last run really tight. The car not good enough. They had to make some changes when it came down pit road. Unfortunately, that stop was slow. 5 spots lost on pit road. Entered 14th, left 19th. He runs 24th currently, Kim.
Dave, as we talk pit road woes, we saw that from Alex Bowman. Remember, green blinds are early in the race. They had that airgun and hose come unplugged from the box. And remember, during pre-race, I told you guys that late years to try this track for Alex and they hit or miss. Well, it's been a miss here tonight. They talked about needing to limit their mistakes. They have not checked the box here in Darlington.
So many times the drivers will tell you, especially at places like this, and just how close things are now in the NASCAR Cup Series, you have to qualify well. Unfortunately, that did not happen yesterday for the driver of the Ally Chevrolet and the 48 team. Marty told us about Joey Logano's woes. The 22 is in position 22, and this is what happened with Ryan Preece just a few moments ago.
They like barely came back from commercial. What was that, like a whole 2 minutes? I only ate like 3 inches of my 12-inch sub. All right, well, back to me for now. Lap 150 of 367. I was expecting that to go on for at least 5 to 10 minutes. Give me a little bit of a break here. It was not the case. 1.7 second split for Briscoe back to Chastain in second. Hamlin still in fourth, 2.9 seconds off the lead. He was only a tenth slower than the leader the last lap. Briscoe was still the quickest. Christopher Bell right there with him, though, in the 31.7 second lap range. And it looks like we're now under caution for the second time today. Caution flag has just come out during the commercial. Kind of sub. It's Subway Spicy Italian. I haven't had a spicy Italian. I literally just said that, and I'm kidding you not. There is a Subway commercial on my screen. What are the odds? Like right after I said the word Subway, just boom, Subway ad, like right in front of me on the big screen. Yeah, under caution. I'll have to wait to see what it is. Definitely got to be an incident of some sort, considering we're still pretty early in the run. We hadn't seen many green flag pit stops. Not the caution Alex Bowman wanted. He needed this to cycle back through. He is still 2 laps down. I'll probably try to take the wave around again, but didn't work out for him the first time. Hocevar. Him and Chase get together. Let's see here. Yeah, tail end of the lead lap is showing Carson Hocevar, so it may have been the 77. We'll wait for confirmation on that.
It has been an
Yep.
eventful night for the
It's the
Hurricane
77.
Carson Hocevar. We showed you earlier he was involved in multiple incidents
Well,
with different drivers, Jake Perry being one of them. This was a few moments ago. Look at this for a save.
Yeah, big save. Obviously, way too loose.
And then this.
And then that was actually the save. It looked like it was going to be another wreck, another spin. And then ultimately, this is the time it just comes around on him.
His teammate right behind him, Justin Haley.
Here's Logano's view.
Logano was worried he was going to be in a wreck, but he was glad the caution was coming out. As big of a struggle as it's been for the 22 car, he was loving a caution coming out, give him a chance to work on this race car.
So we had that
Worst
caution.
driving race car I've ever driven. I can't drive it anymore.
Oop. Steve, what would you say to your driver if he said that?
I'm not allowed to say that on television.
Copy.
You hear that a lot, you know, but the truth is, I'd love to pick on him, tell you he's young, 22 years old, 71 starts. But I've been told that by Hall of Famers. I've been like, from his perspective, that's what he believes. I think the true answer to your question is, okay, I understand that. Is it as clear as what it looks like? Are we just out of control, lose? Like, what do we need? I know it's bad, but worse driving doesn't, I don't know what knob to turn to fix bad driving. Like, how is it driving bad? You have to calm it down. You have to understand that this challenge of Darlington we've talked about all day, it started in the pre-race, it kind of accentuates everything. So you have the ability as a crew chief to get down, get a cup, a drink of water. So I try really hard to not push the button on my radio.
Here is that was the Morgan & Morgan onboard of Kyle Busch. Kyle runs at 16th. This is the Trimble onboard view from Ryan Preece. We showed you that a little earlier. And we do have to say the initial caution of the race was caused by Josh Berry spinning on exit of turn 2. Josh has got back out on track, albeit some 119 laps down. But the Wood Brothers Ford is back out there and continuing the fight. Dave Burns, take it away.
We saw Ross Chastain dive to the right there, running second and running fast. His car is good, but a little tight in places, but really not bad for this point in the race at Darlington, Kim.
For Tyler Reddick, top right, seems like it's a little tighter as the track cools off, especially as entries will help count for a little air pressure adjustment. No more reports of smoke in the cockpit, Parker.
That's not the case for Chase Briscoe, who said it's ever so slightly too loose as he pulled away, Marty.
Eddie Hamlin's team with a little bit of problems there, Parker. You see him having to swing back around to the left side to get that left rear tight, and now they fumble a wrench. Hamlin taking the car way too free, and look at all those spots the 11 is going to lose here on pit road. This team has been so consistent all year long, but had a rough day at Richmond a couple of weeks ago, and now we see them have to push him off with that clutch issue. Also behind him, you see Carson Hocevar backwards in his pit stall. They can make that stop there.
So you see the 11 slides forever getting into the pit stall, which seems okay, but then right there, timing issue on the right rear, the jacket's dropped, it's not tight, they come over, they jack it up. Oh, now they're just slow, we drop the round wrench. Takes forever to do the adjustment, and you go from a top 2 or 3 race car to nearly the last car on the lead lap, was running 4th, he's going to be outside the top 50.
I'll tell you what, some of the pit road blunders and these playoff jitters getting to some of these pickers, I wouldn't even want some of these guys to replace my tire on the side of the highway, let alone on a race car here under these crucial conditions with the playoff opener tonight at Darlington. We've seen quite a few mistakes, which we tend to see in these pressure-packed situations. It's amazing how it can be so crisp, clean most of the year, and then you get into now and these final 10 races of the year and all hell breaks loose. And it's going to be the one that cracks under pressure the least is going to be able to advance the furthest. A lot of these playoff teams as a whole have stayed relatively clean tonight through the first half of the race. Not even exactly halfway yet. We still got about another 30 laps or so to get to the halfway mark. We're at 1 hour and 38 minutes into the event. Race pace-wise, we're actually tracking for this thing to still get done in about 3.5 hours, which isn't too bad. It's only the second caution for incident tonight. That would be why. It's a pretty quick Southern 500, all things considered. Third caution of the day total when you count the lap 115 stage end. Byron Blaney, Bubba, horrible stops too. 18 seconds for Byron. Bubba Blaney, 15 seconds. Yeah, they fell back quite a bit. Wallace was 5th, and now he is 14th. Ryan Blaney, I believe, was 9th. Now he's 20th. And William Byron, 22nd after being around 10th or 11th. So quite a few spots lost, and all three of those teams obviously in the playoffs as well. Carson Hocevar spins bringing out the caution, and then he gets spun on pit road during that said caution. 14 seconds for Cindric. Good catch. Yeah, I missed that. Yep, he's back to 16th, and he's been back half of the top 10 all night. Around that 7th, 8th, 9th area. Eric Jones up into the top 5, guys. I think he is a dark horse to potentially win this race right now. He looks really, really good. He's progressively getting better as the race goes on. We still got a lot of race left.
Was eventful. Check this out.
Carson Hocevar coming into his box. He sent the
Oh.
20 of Bell. Big contact. The 20 has real damage.
Yeah, some 77 coming in after that spin. And very fortunate no crew members were hurt. But listen to this.
Oh.
And you mentioned it, very big damage to the right front. So bad stop to the 11. We also had a slow stop in the 23. And damage, big damage
On
to
the
right
splitter.
front of the 20 of Bell. And we are still 25 or 30 laps of halfway. Welcome to the Southern 500.
And right in front of Christopher Bell is the $43 Tree Toyota of Eric.
Sold out crowd on their feet as we get to the restart. Green flag back in the air. And now it is Chase Briscoe and Ross Chastain on the front row. First time that it's not Briscoe and Hamlin. Briscoe is the leader still, though. Chastain in second. And Eric Jones, great restart. He's going to pick up another spot from 5th to 4th and underneath the 3rd place car of Tyler Reddick for position. Chastain putting it to Chase Briscoe at the front of the pack, looking for the lead in 3 and 4. Chastain trying to slide up. He's not going to give the 19 a whole lot of room. Up off the exit of turn 4, things got a little tight. Briscoe leads the lap. Chastain side drafts him, though, down the front stretch. Jones, by the way, clear for 3rd. Kyle Larson side by side with Tyler Reddick for 4th. That Dollar Tree Toyota is on the move tonight. What a drive by Eric Jones. Ty Gibbs is up to 7th, by the way, as well, if we're talking about underdogs. AJ Allmendinger in 7th. John Hunter Nemechek, also a non-playoff driver, up to 9th. Chastain looking for a block on Eric Jones. He lost a lot of time to Briscoe. Something might have happened through 3 and 4. That Chastain did not get up off of turn 4 very well because all of a sudden he's 7/10 off of the leader. And Jones all of a sudden is right there behind him. Jones looking to the inside through 3 and 4 for 2nd place. Up off the exit of the corner. Not going to be able to stay with him. He'll have to dive back in line just behind the 1. I'd imagine with where the caution came out, it will be a 1-stopper to the end of the stage from here if we did not have another caution in stage 2. Got about 70 laps left, probably go about 35. 35 laps is about how long most of the teams took the final run on tires at the end of stage 1. With the 2-stop strategy at that time. Hamlin Byron back in traffic. Right there with them is the 38 of Zane Smith. Hamlin getting a bit loose, middle of the pack. Slow pit stop, obviously, for the 11 team. Battle's just inside the top 20. Ryan Blaney getting back by Carson Hocevar, or at least attempting to. That battle's going on for 20th place. Blaney takes the spot. All these blunders, by the way, you know, a team that hasn't had any blunders tonight, Shane Van Gisbergen, and he's on the lead lap. He got the free pass at the end of stage 1, and he's up inside the top 20, which isn't a great day, but with all the other drivers having problems and having the playoff points that he had, he's doing what he needs to do to make it into the second round. If he just keeps clicking away, top 15 runs, and lets other drivers fall out of the race around him tonight, Josh Berry, Alex Bowman, many laps down. That's 2 of them. He was plus 12 above the cut line the last time they showed the graphic, and that was early in the second stage. And that was before the bad pit stops by the likes of Blaney, Byron, Hamlin, and Bubba. So he's probably even more points than that to the good, with maybe a couple buffer cars in between. He came in plus 16, so if he leaves anywhere around plus 16, he did his job. He maintained. Which is about as good as you can say for a rookie on an oval with not a lot of oval racing experience under these high-pressured circumstances. The pressure definitely not getting to him. At least not yet. Again, we got a lot of race left. Somebody who's having a great points night tonight, Chase Briscoe. Where even if for some reason he doesn't get the win, if he can lock out the first 2 stage wins, that's already a solid, productive points night. He also still has the fastest lap of the race at lap 8, and I don't know that that's going to get beat. The track temps are cooling down, so I'll take that back just a bit. 2.4 second lead for Briscoe over Chastain already. Hamlin was the closest participant to Briscoe on the short run back in stage 1 and early in stage 2, but Hamlin losing all those spots on pit road. I think Eric Jones is definitely quicker than Chastain. He just hasn't been able to find a way to get by him yet. Top of the fact, maybe trying to save his stuff up just a little bit more. Ryan Preece up in the top 10 for the first time tonight. Haven't seen the 60 car up there yet. Just made a pass on Christopher Bell for that spot. It's kind of crazy. We didn't have many playoff drivers in the top 10. At the end of stage 1, John Hunter Nemechek finished 9th. He was the only non-playoff driver in the top 10. Now that we're getting into the darkness, the track has gone through quite a bit of changes. We now have 5 non-playoff drivers in the top 10 all of a sudden instead of just 1. At the front of the field, it is still Chase Briscoe. That has stayed the same. Great drive so far tonight for the guy who started outside of row 1. See who's gained or lost the most positions since the last restart. Ryan Preece, speaking of which, as I mentioned, he just broke into the top 10 to 10th place. He's up 5 positions, down 8 for Bell. Restarted 6. He's now 14th and still falling. Hocevar up 3 after the spin. 6 for Gillen, but he is a lap down. And that's pretty much it. Not a lot of big movers up or back in the leaderboard on the last restart. Bell probably falling backwards because of the damage to the nose after contact on pit road with Carson Hocevar. There's damage to the right front splitter. It's not so much the bumper right around the headlight area of the car and that scuff. It's more the splitter damage, causing the aero deficiency to be able to make some quick, comfortable laps, or about as comfortable as you're going to be at a track like Darlington if you're Christopher Bell. 26 cars on the lead lap. And Eric Jones, by the way, off camera, just making a pass for second place on Ross Chastain. They were focusing on Christopher Bell. They're still focusing on him. Chastain might have had a big mistake because he not only lost second to Jones, Reddick is up to third. Now they pan back to Ross Chastain as Reddick just slid clear of him. A little late on the camera work there. I was watching that battle on the leaderboard side of things on the pylon. Now they're showing a replay of what happened. So Jones already in front of Chastain as they're showing the replay. Reddick sliding up the racetrack. Probably made a slight bit of contact with the 1. Crowded him a bit. Jones might have even scraped the wall simultaneously while the battle with the 45 of the 1 was going on right in his rearview mirror. a Darlington stripe, one of many tonight and many more still to come. Not going to have to worry about caving the fenders in on these stiffer, more rigid next-gen bodies compared to what we had seen in the truck race yesterday with the non-composite bodies. Yeah, and that's why SVG is such an interesting story for the playoffs. If he can get through this first round, because the Roval is in round 2. And he has to be the odds-on favorite to win that race. And I'm just curious to see how far he can go. Because we haven't seen a rookie, perform to this extent in the NASCAR Cup Series in a very, very long time. As far as getting a solid points finish. I mean, if he can end up with a top 10 points finish at the end of the season, there's very few drivers who have been able to do that over the years in NASCAR. And I get it is a playoff format. He did jump from 24th to 16th and gain 8 spots basically in 1 week, or at least 8 spots, because the worst he can finish is 16th now. I think Racing Reference keeps the full season points format. I'm kind of curious to see where he ends up finishing on that, because he has been very much more consistent, versus finishing outside the top 30 for a lot of the first half of the season. Now in the ovals, he's finishing consistently like 13th to 20th. So he has gotten better. He's still not up there competing for stage points a lot because he's not qualifying up in the top 10 every week, unless it's a road course still. But it'll come. I mean, he's still gone to a lot of these tracks for the first time. This is one of the few tracks he's gone to more than once now. Here at Darlington on the season. Next week at Gateway is another new track for him. He hasn't been there before, so I don't expect much out of him. Anything he is able to get in that race is, even a top 20 would be a solid day at a track like Gateway for anybody in their first oval start there. Cindric Logano battling just behind Christopher Bell. Slow pit stop for the 2 team. The 22 of Logano has just struggled. He started up in the top 10. I don't think he had stage points at the end of stage 1. I think he was around 15th. And obviously around 15th again now. Came in only 1 point above the cut line. Other drivers have had problems that are going to keep Logano in it. We know how good Team Penske is at Gateway. Logano, a former winner there. Same for Cindric. Ryan Blaney led a lot of laps last season in that race before running out of gas from the lead on the final lap, handing it to Cindric, who ran top 3, top 5 the whole day. So next week is where that 22 team probably has circled. Bristol, not a great track for him with the next-gen car. Penske as a whole has not been good at Bristol with the next-gen. I think they need to get out of Gateway 20 to 30 points above the cut line, ideally if they don't get a win, for any of those Penske drivers to be comfortable in that Bristol night race. Even Blaney, who's been really good this season, again, it's just for some reason Penske in that Bristol night race these last few years, not great. And that's how Logano actually got bounced from the round of 16 a couple of years ago, back in 2023. 2021, even Ryan Blaney got bounced from the first round of the playoffs that season. In the Bristol finale with not a good run. That wasn't even in the next-gen car. Joey Logano gets by Christopher Bell. Bell drops another spot, now back to 15th. William Byron still struggling with his race car. Had a slow stop. He's back in traffic. He was kind of barely holding on to a top 10 or 11th place running spot before that. Not a good night tonight for Hendrick Motorsports. They just have not had speed outside of the 5 of Larson. Larson up in 5th. Chase Elliott's gotten better. He's up to 10th. He was pretty much right around where he started for most of stage 1, 19th, 18th, somewhere around there. But it seems like as the track temps are cooling, Alan Gustafson, Chase Elliott working well as a unit, making adjustment changes, getting better. 24, not the case. Remember, that spring race was all daylight hours at Darlington, so probably a much different track condition for this fall event or late summer event versus back in May. Yeah, the Roval was basically like NASCAR's version of a street course before they started racing in downtown Chicago the last few years. That was the closest thing they would have had to it before that. So I expect him to be pretty solid. Hasn't ran a cup race there yet. Chase Briscoe's lead over Eric Jones, 4.3 seconds. Pretty dominating run going on for him right now. We're at lap 69 of 115 in stage 2, by the way. I would expect to see pit stops, probably with 40 to go. Some will short pit. Some may try to run it on the longer side to about 30 to go to try to have fresher tires for the back portion of the run to the end of the stage. And many of them, I'd imagine, would split it right down the middle with 35 laps left. We get to the start-finish line this time, but we're going to have 45 to go. So I would say 5 to 10 laps away from having green flag pit stops. Top 5 in the intervals between them. Briscoe is now only 2.8 seconds ahead of Eric Jones. So Jones catching up quite a bit the last couple laps. I think Briscoe might have had a mistake. There's a scuff around his right rear tire, so he might have gotten against the fence recently. Very small, not going to damage the car much. We've seen a lot of guys make contact with the wall. This track over the years, that's nothing new. Already quite a few tonight as well. So Jones 2.6 back of Briscoe in second. Reddick is 3.8 seconds off the lead in third. Chastain 5.9 seconds back in fourth. And Larson 6.4 seconds off the lead in fifth. That's the top 5. Whitesides, welcome to the stream. Have you wrecked anyone yet? No. No, he is not. Oh, pit stops even earlier. 44 to go. Ryan Blaney, Kyle Larson, John Hunter Nemechek are in.
It's getting a little bit tighter, Dave.
Kyle Larson rolls into his pit stall. Better this run so far was a report a few laps to go. Coming in here, no major changes. 4 tires for the 5-car. The 24 now on pit road. The first stall in for William Byron. We'll see if they can have a clean stop this time for the 24 driver as he'll be on and off of pit road.
Much calmer pit road than what we see in the yellow flag conditions. But don't let the calmness fool you. Apparently, Dave would be even more costly under green.
So tight for the driver of the 3-car, trying to get that car freed up as the night moves along here at Darlington. And the one of Rose Chastain on pit lane as well. This driver does have a loose race car. The one on top, Chastain said it's been the same loose this entire run, Kim.
45 of Tyler Reddick on the line said it just a little too tight, not extreme, but wanted to be freed up. They did make an air pressure adjustment. You see his teammate of the 23, Bubba Wallace, kind of the opposite. He said, I need more stability. It's starting to act like it did in practice. Just need it tightened up, partner.
Race leader Chase Briscoe has now hit pit road. The team asked him if he may possibly had his radiator fan or anything else on inside that car as they deal with this voltage issue in real time right now and assessing what's happening in that race car. His only report handling wise is it's still a little bit loose, but since for the last few laps, all they have talked about is the issues with electricity, Marty.
Quinn Parker much more in the game for Jeffrey Logano. He said the car needs to be tightened up just a little bit, making some progress towards that top 10. And you got to wonder if the conditions changing has really played into the 22's hand. They're going to make some adjustments here as he comes to pit road. Right behind him, Shane Van Gisbergen coming to pit road as well. He's hit the wall pretty hard about 5 laps ago. And at the very front of pit road, Denny Hamlin said, quote, I'm dead in the water. Just not moving. Let's lost that track position.
Far more effective stop from the 11 team. So too the 45, the 23, and the 19. All good, smooth stops with 41 laps to go in stage 2.
I was wondering if the 45 and the 19 were going to swap positions because of.
All right, so Chase Elliott taking over the lead. He's staying out a little bit on the longer side of these green flag pit stops. Now the playoff driver that's doing that is Cindric in third, Bell in fifth. Chase Briscoe, first of those that have already pitted, in 8th, and then Tyler Reddick is about a 1.5 seconds behind him. He's jumped up the leaderboard quite a bit after his stop. Kyle Larson was the very first to pit road. He jumps up to 30, would have been 5th before the pit stop started. Fastest pit stop I saw through that cycle, 9.0 by Chris Buescher in that 17 team, who was running, I believe, in 11th before the cycling started. So he may be up inside the top 10 by the time we get through all this. He cycled ahead of Priest and Bubba Wallace already. So great stop by the 17 team, picking up some spots on pit road, even pitting pretty much as everybody else was in front of him. Gregson into pit from those top 7 spots of those that had not pitted, so that leaves the top 6 cars still to come onto pit road before the end of stage 2. Christopher Bell, one of which is on his way in right now, same for Austin Cindric.
Kim standing by.
Yeah, Austin Cindric is reporting it still feels a little bit disconnected on that 2-car loose overall, especially since the start of the run. They will make a slight adjustment on that forward, Marty.
And Steve mentioned that they would love to make some repairs to Christopher Bell's car, but they just cannot do it because they're pitting under green here, so they cannot fix that damaged splitter. They would love to have had a caution there. They're not going to get it. That Tinker's just told the crew, regular stop, so no fixes here in the 24.
Just quick stop, though, by the 20 team. I'll give them that.
Work on the 9 of Chase Elliott stays on the racetrack. Currently has about 21 seconds over Briscoe, who is the last car to pit.
35 lap fresher tires for Briscoe versus Elliott, who's still on the racetrack. It stays out just a little bit longer. Now, Chase was in 10th place before the pit stop started. So it's interesting to see where he'll net gain by the end of the stage. I think they're going to try to split this more in half. I think that was why Elliott stayed out. I don't blame them for that. I'm surprised more teams didn't try to stay out late. I think when Blaney pitted, it pretty much brought everybody else in immediately. Chase is coming in right now. He'll have 35 to go, and they cycle out. I don't mind this call for the 9 team, honestly.
For the pit cycle, he's definitely going to lose time by running long here, but
he's going to gain it. Yeah, he'll gain it on the backside.
It may pay off.
I don't think he's going to win the stage from 10th, but I think the idea is he's going to gain a couple spots out of this by the end of the stage, if I had to guess. I think he can probably cycle out about 15th, 16th, and then get back up to like 7th, 8th.
Down in 3 and 4, he told the team, just trying to find more performance in terms of changes. He said, I'm not sure I really want much more. And then came on and said, maybe a little bit more turn, but that 9 car is there away here. We'll see where he cycles out.
Great stop, by the way, as well. 9.3 seconds. That ties for the fastest stop of any of the playoff teams tonight with his teammate Kyle Larson, who had a 9.3 and a 9.4 second stop under green back in stage 1. We'll see where he cycles. I was kind of expecting about 15th, 16th. It looks like 17th place. And the picker did the best job that they could there for Chase Elliott. Like I said, I really like this. He's going to have about 10 lap fresher tires. He should eat back up to at least where he was running by the end of the stage in 10th. If he gains any more spots out of it, it is a successful strategy call by Alan Gustafson. As far as the commercial break going right now on USA Network, it is full screen. So we will take a break of our own here on KRC. You're listening live to the Southern 500 at Darlington. Playoff edition for the NASCAR Cup Series. Chase Briscoe continues to lead. A good amount of juice in the stops. Yeah, they're topping off on fuel every time. Fuel's not going to be an issue all race long. You have to pit for tires way before the end of the fuel run to make up the most time manageable over the course of a green flag run. So KRC League Racing looking good. Yeah, I haven't checked the Fantasy League yet. I am keeping an eye on my team. I'm going to have to put Briscoe into the fantasy lineup because he was in my garage at the start, but I don't know who to put him in for. right now. I think I might even put him in for William Byron. Because he did not really get many stage points. All right, let's see here. Yeah, no stage points for Byron. Everybody else on my team had stage points at stage 1. And the only other driver who's outside the top 10 right now would be Hamlin Blaney. But Hamlin had quite a few stage points at stage 1. He's still got a fast car. Blaney, not as good, but he's 13th. Byron, 15th. It's either going to be Blaney or Byron. Right now, just in case I forget, I'm putting Briscoe in for Byron. In the event that somebody else gets involved in an incident, they'll be coming out. Just over 200 laps complete here at Darlington. I got to finish the second 6-inch of my song.
29 laps to go. And fellas, he's one of the playoff drivers who hasn't had any issues on pit road.
Well, it's been wild. Starting on the very first lap, Josh Berry back of the car, bottoms out, loses control, big impact.
48 of Alex Bowman on pit road. The air gun gets unplugged from the pit box.
William Byron had to get told to come back. Meanwhile, Cody Ware at the Parts Plus Ford has issues. Cody made heavy contact with the wall yesterday in qualifying, and unfortunately, he has suffered this here tonight and cannot get going.
That saved SVG. He was close to getting a lap down. He wanted to see and needed this caution.
And Christopher Bell is going to be so happy to see the field slow to a cautious pace so they can come in and work on that splitter, see if they can find some more speed, because that 20 car, Jeff, is definitely off the pace of what we saw earlier.
So Cody Ware, he just needs a toe.
Yeah, buddy, you could yell, but you're in trouble, because if you need assistance, you got to go to the DVP location.
Wow.
Oh, boy. Good Lord.
Ryan Priest makes contact right there.
Too bad for 51. So what I was saying, because the 51 has to be assisted back, they'll have to be put to the garage. Now, not out of the race. They can repair the car.
As the view for Kyle Busch was able to squeeze through the Morgan onboard.
The year that Kyle Busch has had, he was pretty sure he was going to slide right up in front of him.
This is pretty interesting. 26 cars on the lead lap, and they have run, 15-ish laps on the tires. The new tires are better, way faster. 27 laps to go at this stage. I think new tires are the answer for sure, unless you need to do something crazy. Hope you get a bunch of yellows. You don't run on a green, maybe 7 set of tires, right? I mean, there's some random ideas that may do something different.
Alex Bowman all the way back in 32nd, 2 laps down. He has not been able to get away from that 2-lap down. Maybe this will give him an opportunity to get one of those laps back.
Great point. If the car's in front of him pit, he can stay on this waiver end and hope that he stays on the lead. I can't believe he's not a full move from what I've seen.
The free pass is going to go to Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Shane Van Gisbergen, to your point, Jeff, was able to do enough to stay on the lead lap. And we have at the moment 26 laps to go in the second stage. Had a little bit of everything so far tonight, and a blend of playoff drivers, not playoff drivers in the top 10. They've mixed it up quite a bit. There's been some good racing. There's been some awkward moments on pit road. The race got off to an inauspicious start with Josh Berry spinning off turn 2. That caused a chaotic start to that. But Tyler Reddick is going to be a story. If Reddick can go on and win, or at least stay where he is and score significant points in this opening race of the playoffs, that's going to be massive for Reddick, considering he almost wrecked in the opening lap of this race.
Well, let's not forget Briscoe having battery issues or alternator issues. We'll see if they do any other sort of repairs on this pit stop. Busy pit road, though.
Team radio to Kyle Larson was copy, Kyle, copy. They finally got through to each other, so Larson will get some adjustments here along with tires and fuel. Ross Chastain said to his team, you got it, the rear back in the track. They've done it. Kim.
Now the Reddick product line still needs to be freed up. No big swings though, just incrementally trying to get the balance a little bit better with air pressure, Parker.
Looking for the leader, Chase Briscoe. We talked about those voltage issues. He updated the team. They cycled the motor. They tried cycling the alternator. Nothing helping it. It's 12-8 on the voltage, Marty.
Partner Steve mentioned at the caution that Christopher Bell and Adam Stevens needed. Chris Sherwood, the car chief, is going to go over and make all of the repairs. They've had some time to think about what they want to do here, and Adam Stevens told Christopher Bell it's going to be at least 2 stops. So Wesley Lake, one of the lead mechanics, is behind the wall, handing Sherwood all the tools that they've prefabricated, or all the patches they've prefabricated to put on there. But Sherwood, against the clock, will make these changes and put on the tape right there. Can they get it fixed, Steve? And how effective can these repairs be to that splitter for the 20 team?
Well, you can really only use tape. You can't really add any metal material or a new splitter part or piece. So you see them cleaning it off with some brake cleaner. They're really just trying to maintain that front radius, the shape of that splitter. That's really the key for that airflow.
Pit lane, it's been an area of contention tonight, and maybe the race will be won by being the cleanest on pit road.
Kathleen, excuse me, my sub's still in my mouth. Kathleen Ashford, thanks for tuning in. I'm going to need to refill my water now. It's all empty. I did finish the 6-inch. I immediately when I left, go figure, there's a caution. Last time I tried to get my sub down, went to commercial within like 2 minutes. And that time they had a caution. But they didn't cut the commercial immediately when the caution first came out. They waited until after pit road had cycled through their pit stops. Limited to sets on tires tonight. I mean, they're always technically limited, but I don't think we're going to run into any sort of an issue with the amount of tires that these teams have, considering we haven't seen a lot of cautions tonight. We've only had 3 natural yellows, not counting the stage end, which they would have accounted for tire-wise beforehand. They would have had a few extra sets on top of the amounts that they would have ended up using on a 2-stop strategy through the stages anyway. With this added caution right here, this basically turns stage 2 from a 2-stop strategy to a 3-stop strategy. I think this hurts Chase Elliott because he had stayed out of the pits a little bit longer. He needed that to go green to the end of the stage to pick up spots and get back inside the top 10. But catching the caution when he did, unfortunately, now he's towards the tail end of the lead lap. They come back from commercial. I'm going to go down and refill my water. Then I'll be back for the finish, the resumption, the remainder of tonight's Southern 500 at Darlington. We'll take a quick break here while we're awaiting the restart and the USA Network to get back on the air.
Still under caution here in Darlington, 23 laps to go. Christopher Bell back on pit road. While we're under caution, continuing repairs on the splitter to try and get that more manageable, the 48.
Stayed on the track.
Probably going to miss the restart. I hope I don't miss anything.
The leader was behind him, so he gets to go around the pace car. Now he's only 1 lap down, Parker. Right, let's talk more about the issue for Chase Briscoe. The voltage has been going up and down, so he turned off his cool suit, his AC, and the team said if it stays at 12.8, that's okay, but they have backup batteries down here. They went and got 2 of these just in case if that alternator truly is failing, they can replace this to keep that car in the game. They told him possibly you could turn your fan on, but not your AC, and see how it goes.
That's what a battery looks like in this vehicle right here. It kind of bolts in the right side. Pretty easy to get to, but not something you want to change during the race.
Chase Elliott had a 16-second pit stop, was running 12, now back to 24.
All right, ready to go. We're racing to the end of stage 2. 22 laps to go when they cross the line. That was a cleaner restart from Chase Briscoe. He's being pushed by Eric Jones. Reddick is down on that low line in the blue, black and white car. These two guys have been going at it earlier in the race. Reddick's got that inside line, but Briscoe is relentless up high. Here comes Larson, fourth car back. And AJ Allmendinger in the mix. Look at Eric Jones! 3 wide down into turn 3. The 2-time Southern 500 winner. He wants to make it a 3-time win. And they leave him behind, and Blaney's around.
Hold him in a contact.
The concerned look on Jonathan Hassler.
He's running 13. We saw Alex Bowman stay on the racetrack, gained a lap. That caution worked exactly the way he needed it to.
Let's have a look at what happened to the series' most recent winner.
Kind of 3 wide, or looking 3 wide. 8 below, 54 above. Oh, the 8 gets super loose. 12 kind of tries to avoid, and the 3 gets in the back with kind of a chain reaction. It starts with the 8 of Kyle Busch getting loose, saving his car, but his checkup in speed gets the 12 checked up. The 3's down here, and he just gets into the back of the 12.
Victim of
Ah,
circumstance.
shit.
Absolutely. This is pretty impressive. I don't know if it's luck or great driving, but right there, he gets off the brake. I'm going to call that driving. He gets off the brake, which gets the car to swing back. If his tires are locked down, I think he hits the inside wall, Jeff.
Yeah, just a little bit of contact with the back of the car, but nothing that's going to hurt them, I don't think. Right there. Just kind of kissed
Nah,
him a
he's
little bit.
fine.
He was as close as he could possibly be to the car in front of him. And watch this right here.
Out there. Still there, 22. Still there, 2 by 2 in your mirror. Still out there.
They just all this did not get slowed down.
He was the meat in an RCR sandwich. And unfortunately didn't work out for the Daytona winner last weekend, who just had a mind-blowing final 2 laps to win the Coke Zero Sugar 400. Playoffs haven't started the way that Ryan Blaney would have liked. An eventful opening lap on the restart here in stage 2. But at the same time,
I actually did hear everything that happened while I was away. The volume on my TV is up loud enough that I could hear it from outside of my room, but I didn't see what happened. All I heard was Lee Diffie, and Blaney goes around. I'm like, oh no. I yelled. You guys probably couldn't hear it on the mic. I was too far away. I didn't see it, but I heard it. And then I was thinking, I was like, okay, maybe it's not. Maybe it was a false alarm. Maybe I was just hearing things. And I get back up here. Nope. That's exactly what happened. That's all right. We'll be all right, Team 12 team. Other Blaney fans in the chat. We'll be all right. Might fall off the lead lap with that right front tire down, depending on how long it's going to take them to get the right side of the car jacked back up. Top half dozen on the restart will be Chase Briscoe in the lead, Tyler Reddick second, Kyle Larson third, Eric Jones fourth, AJ Allmendinger in fifth, and then Ross Chastain sixth. Can't win them all. That's true. We did just win last week, so I can't be too greedy. Very rarely you see back-to-back wins in the next-gen era of NASCAR anymore. I think it's only happened 3 times that I can recall. Buescher in 2023, Harvick in 23 also, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, no, it was Harvick in 22. Then Buescher in 23. 3 wins in a row for Christopher Bell. earlier this season. I could be missing a few others in there. Byron win back-to-back last season at all? He might have early in the year. He and Hamlin both won 3 races super early in the season. I remember them winning 3 of the first 9 each. So one of those two, if not both of them, might have won back-to-back also. Lap 98 of stage 2 out of 115. We're going to have about 15 laps to go in the restart. Maybe 16. Three wide for the lead at the front of the pack as Kyle Busch breaks loose off turn 4. Ryan Blaney gets tagged from behind in the midst of the checkup behind Busch. Around goes Blaney. And lightly scrubbing the back of his race car against the inside retaining wall. So 16 laps to go in stage 2. All right, green flag back in the air, front of the field, side by side for the race lead, entering into turns 1 and 2 between Tyler Reddick and Chase Briscoe. Reddick on the inside, Briscoe electing the outside, up off the exit of the corner. Still door to door as they race for turn 3. Reddick overdrives the entry to the corner just a bit. He did a great job, though, recovering in the second half. I thought he was going to stay with Briscoe off the exit of turn 4. Couldn't. Kyle Larson, meanwhile, gets by Eric Jones for 3rd off turn 4 as well. Right behind the race leaders. Oh, I might have to take Blaney out of my fantasy team now. I didn't even realize that. Him just spinning. Byron's up to 10th. Yeah, I got to make the sub. I got to take Blaney out. Good recovery for William Byron through the green flag pit stops. A couple of restarts with the caution. A little bit of contact off turn 4. Not Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He has been in that car in a minute. The 17 of Chris Buescher with the 42 of John Nemechek battling for 10th. Buescher pushed wide up off the exit of the corner, and then after the slight contact was made, he got a bit loose. Lost a few more spots down the front stretch. Both Byron and Wallace were able to get by for 8th and 9th. Ryan Preece now trying to get by his teammate Chris Buescher in 3 and 4 on the bottom of the track for 10th, and he's got him cleared. 4 spots lost in 1 lap there for Chris Buescher. Kyle Busch 3 wide to the inside underneath Denny Hamlin and Joey Logano after having that loose moment right before the caution. For when Ryan Blaney ended up spinning right behind him, looking to get some spots back in the middle of the pack. Alex Bowman, Ty Dillon on the bottom of the split screen on USA Network are battling for the free pass position in 33rd after Bowman was 2 laps down earlier. He took the wave around again, middle of stage 2. He did get the quick yellow that last time at the Blaney incident. And now he's battling for the free pass spot to hopefully get back on the lead lap. Yeah, great recovery. That team has been fighting pretty much all night from about lap 60 or so to now to try to get back on the lead lap from 2 laps down. Cindric, one Austin, making contact with another Austin, Dillon. Right around 20th place, and Dillon scrubs the wall through the center of turns 1 and 2 after the contact in the middle of the corner. Big closing right in the middle. It looked like the 3 got a little loose before the 2 got to him. That transitioning through turn 2. Slight wiggle, the 2 clips him in the left rear, and then a hit into the wall. Nothing major damage-wise for Austin Dillon. He didn't hit the wall hard, just a slight scrape. Was able to turn off of it, lost a few spots. He's now back to 24th. 1.1 second lead for Chase Briscoe, who has dominated the night here tonight at Darlington. We're on lap 221, and he has already led for 171 laps of those 121 laps in tonight's race. Byron led all but 50 laps back in the 293 lap race for 400 miles in the spring. And Briscoe here tonight, after starting on the front row, having almost as good of a night as what Byron did that day, till Byron lost the lead late. Briscoe trying to win the first two stages like William Byron did back in the spring. Byron was not able to get the race win, so we'll see if Briscoe can get that trifecta. Showing the playoff bubble right now. Last four in. Bell +5, SVG +4, +2 for Logano, and a tie between Cindric and Elliott. Cindric currently has the tiebreaker, best finish in the round. Obviously, he's running better than Elliott in the first race of the round right now. Chase is right there behind him. Then Austin Dillon -12, Josh Berry -23, Alex Bowman -24. And again, that is based on where everybody's running at this moment, still with 8 laps to go in stage 2. And that's assuming that where they're running in the top 10 of the playoff drivers would get those stage points. Obviously, that could fluctuate here in these final 8 laps alone. Bell looking to get by Ryan Blaney for position. Both were on pit road during this last caution. I think Blaney's got more damage than Bell, with the 20 making a lot of repairs, and good repairs at that, to the splitter of that right front. As for Blaney, I think the big amount of damage that came from that 12 car was the right front going flat following the spin. It wasn't necessarily backing it up against the fence on the inside of the racetrack. He just slightly scrubbed the wall. Didn't really have even much of an indentation, as it was some of the wrap from the paint scheme coming off of the car with the scuff. But the right front tire going flat, you're dragging everything underneath the race car on the ground all the way around the racetrack. And if you damage that underbody on this next gen car, that's a huge amount of downforce lost, and you need as much as you can get here at a slippery racetrack like Darlington. So that 12 team is all of a sudden struggling, after running top 10 all night before that. AJ Allmendinger cracking the top 5 in this late stage 2 restart. He's up to 5th. And he's actually challenging Kyle Larson for 4th. It's the battle to be the highest running Chevy. Highest running Ford is Ryan Preece, all the way back in 9th. It's been all Toyota, mostly Briscoe tonight, but then Tyler Reddick, Eric Jones here for stage 2, 2nd and 3rd. And then again, Larson, AJ Allmendinger rounding out the top 5. Couple laps to go in stage 2. 1.3 second lead still for Briscoe. The stage yellow is going to be our 6th caution of the day when we get there in a couple laps. Briscoe won stage 1. He's got the fastest lap. Looking for stage 2. Max points, they're not going to matter if you end up winning. You're going to be in the next round anyway, which is what Briscoe is trying to do here tonight. But don't forget that I picked Tyler Reddick for the win. And I have predicted 12 of 26 NASCAR Cup Series races correctly so far this season. So, will the prophecy continue? And will Tyler Reddick get the race win? This will be 3 weeks in a row for me. Reddick wins, too. I don't think I predicted the race winner 3 times in a row all season. I'd have to go back and look. I might have from the All-Star race. No, Byron didn't win the 600. If you count the All-Star race in Indy 500, I think that was my 3 in a row, because I had Larson at Kansas, and then I had Bell in the All-Star race, and then I ended up having Alex Palou in the Indy 500. I think that was my 3 in a row by technicality. But then for like straight NASCAR Cup points races, I don't think I've ever had 3 in a row. It's tough to do. Got a streak going right now. 1 lap to go, though, for Briscoe. Blaney's actually dropped a couple more spots since the restart. He just got passed by SVG, so again, that car is not right. They don't get the car fixed. He's probably going to end up going a lap down if we get a long green flag run in stage 3 like we saw back in stage 1. Green and white checker flag in the air for James Small, Chase Briscoe, and the rest of that 19 team. 1 second victory in the second stage. That's 2 playoff points tonight for Briscoe to carry over into the next round. If he wins the race, that'll be a 7 playoff point night. That's 7 more that he would get for when everything reseeds for round number 2. When we get to Kansas. So Briscoe first, Reddick second, Eric Jones third, Kyle Larson fourth, AJ Allmendinger fifth, Ross Chastain in sixth. Scroll down the screen some. 7th place was Bubba Wallace. John Hunter Nemechek 8th. Ryan Preece 9th. William Byron rounds out the top 10. 2 stages in the books. 1 more to go in the Southern 500 here tonight. We've got 137 laps of racing left as we're nearly 2.5 hours into the show. It's hard to believe a couple weeks ago the Watkins Glen race was over in 2 hours and 11 minutes. This race, and that race that day was done technically 18 minutes ago from when this race started tonight to where we're at right now. That was such a fast race. 6 cautions, 2 stages, 4 yellows for incident, 1 of them on lap 1, stage 1, and then stage 2 had 3 cautions for incident. 18 lead changes so far tonight, 26 laps and counting under caution. Jones likes this place. Yes, he does. Yeah, he is a real threat to win this thing. I think the order of the top 4, Briscoe, Reddick, Jones, Larson, is the order in which I think they have the fastest cars in the field. I think Chastain is probably 5th, although AJ, I mean, he's kind of coming in out of nowhere, so it's kind of hard to tell for sure. 23's falling behind a bit. Obviously, the 12 had a spin. The 11 of Denny Hamlin, very shocking that he has not gotten back into the top 10 with the speed Toyotas had tonight. I thought when he lost the track position with the slow pit stop, he was going to at least get back to the top 10 by the end of stage 2 after running 2nd and 3rd pretty much the entire race before that, but that's not the case. Briscoe might win Darlington. Yeah, he might go for back-to-back Southern 500s.
Qualifying on the CW app, the race on CW. We'll have practice and qualifying on True TV, and we'll see you here on USA for the race on Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern. So we're in the States, Greg, as we welcome you back to the track 2 Tough to Tame. Let's talk stuff on pit road. Here's Dave Burns.
Kyle Larson pits from 4th. The radio problems persist, but they are able to communicate. He'll get 4, and they'll free the car up here. Ross Chastain, his car is too tight. Too loose at the start and then tight the rest of the run, Kim.
Well, Dave, Tyler Wright said, I don't know if pushing harder made it free, but now it will undo the last air pressure change, Parker.
And for race leader Chase Briscoe, he's been perfect in the stages, winning both of those, and his race car is seeming a little more perfect as well. It seems like the voltage issue has calmed down and holding steady at 13 volts. They told me to make a small adjustment to help him on the long run, and he wins the race off pit road.
We talk about the intensity of the race off pit road. Here's a great example of that. Kyle Larson, Ross Chastain, almost coming together.
And Doug. All right, Chase Briscoe still out in front of the field here, waiting for a recycling and reshuffling of the restarting order. All right, so Briscoe, Reddick, Allmendinger, Wallace, Larson will be the top 5. Then Ross Chastain in 6th, 7th for Eric Jones. He lost a few spots on pit road, 4 of them total. John Nemechek 8th, Ryan Preece 9th, Kyle Busch up to 10th, Chris Buescher 11th, Joey Logano 12th. By the time we get back to racing and the accumulated caution laps, we'll have about 130 to go. Now, this stage, we could see a 3-stop strategy if it went green all the way through. I don't think we're going to go green all the way through this final stage. We've had at least one caution per incident in each of the first 2 stages, and this stage is about an extra 15 laps. 22 total, but not counting the caution laps, about 15 green flag laps. So I don't think it's going to go green. But like I said, in the event that it does, we got to keep the possibility open that it could. Well, in the chat poll, as we're at the end of stage 2, 96 votes so far. And the majority of you guys taking somebody other than Larson, Hamlin, or Blaney for the win. Hey, mine would fall under other as well. Usually I don't put my pick underneath other. Wanted to change it up just to see if you guys maybe were kind of thinking the same thing from the other, maybe more usual suspects. 27%. I think it said something weird there. Anyway, 27% of the 96 votes taken Larson, 23% have Hamlin, 12% with Ryan Blaney. Again, 36% of you taking somebody other to win. Time for a diecast showing here on the channel. I've got a Carl Edwards diecast, former Southern 500 winner. And this is his Aflac number 99 Ford Fusion from the 2011 season, where he had tied for the championship, finished second in points to that of then Tony Stewart for that season's chase for the Cup. I really like this Aflac scheme. Over the years, obviously, it's a famous paint scheme, I think, now in the history of NASCAR, knowing the significance of that 2011 season. And really, that might have been the spark for what created this playoff format that we currently have today, or at least the final race finale the way we have it now from 2014, which was only 3 years removed from that 2011 Homestead finale, where Stewart and Edwards went in tied for the points lead based on the bonus points for both of them throughout the course of the race. They finished first and second. They finished tied. It was an instant classic and a great race overall, not just with those two, but a lot of drama for both of them, especially Stewart finding their way still at the front of the field. So that's the diecast I wanted to show for tonight. Try to keep it at least with a guy who has won at Darlington before. Again, former Southern 500 winner, Carl Edwards. I believe he won the 2015 Southern 500. With Joe Gibbs Racing. Yeah, the 43 definitely falls under that other as well. Lost some time on pit road, though. That's going to hurt. Spots are tough to come by here at Darlington, and he is now back to 7th after finishing 3rd in stage 2. Obviously, Chase Briscoe earns the most stage points tonight by sweeping the stages. Tyler Reddick had 18 points, 12 for Chastain and Larson. Bubba Wallace with 10. Denny Hamlin with 8. Christopher Bell had 4. Ryan Blaney had 1. Those are all the playoff drivers to score stage points in this race. Now it's time to see who's going to lock themselves into the next round, assuming we get a playoff driver to win the event. It's happened each of the last 2 years in the Southern 500. We'll go 3 years in a row. Green flag back in the air. A little bit of a stack up as Chase Briscoe did not fire off well in the restart zone. The 16 and the 5 did a great job to keep from wrecking in that accordion effect, but it does allow for Tyler Reddick to clear on the 19 through turns 1 and 2. And for the first time tonight, it's Tyler Reddick leading the Southern 500 at Darlington. And Bubba Wallace kind of out of nowhere going to get all the way up to third. As high as he's been in the running order since taking the lead back in the early going of stage 1. 3 Toyotas lead the field, but this time instead of the 43 in third, it's the 23. And the 43 battles with the 5 of Kyle Larson and takes over the spot from Larson. I believe that pass was made for 7th again. So got a spot back, essentially. Jonathan Nemechek goes from 8th to 5th on the restart. Believe he was in the inside line, so when everything according on the outside, he's able to get 3 free spots pretty easily before they got up out of turn 2. Reddick Briscoe side by side. Briscoe trying to retake the lead just about a lap and a half after losing it. Not able to slide clear on Tyler Reddick. Very tight quarters racing up off the Exeter 2-2. Reddick nearly scrapes the fence. He might have brushed the wall a little bit. And I think that was after contact was made from the 19 of Briscoe. That opens the door for Wallace, who's got a huge head of steam. He looks to the inside of his teammate for second. Not going to be able to overtake. And it's Chase Briscoe back out in front yet again. It did look like the 45 got bumped wide by the 19. It's tough to tell if he got a piece of the wall or not. He was very close. He might have actually kept it off the wall. I said it was close quarters racing before the contact. Then it got even closer. And again, it's Chase Briscoe back to the point, where he's led for nearly 200 laps out of 241 so far tonight. I think was able to get, 2 laps led in that transition following the restart? 3. He led 3 laps. 189 for Briscoe total in the race and counting. The short run speed has been there. The long run speed has been there. The 19 and the 11 for JGR. Very quick on the short runs in practice yesterday. The long runs were not looking great at all. Half a second out. Reddick is already losing a lot of time. You never know, though. He could be going on the side of things of maybe trying to manage those tires a little bit better than the 19 who's running a rapid pace in front of him to try to play catch up for later in the run before we get to those first pit stops. So Briscoe, Reddick, Wallace, Ross Chastain, Jonathan Nemechek are the top 5. They're all within about 3 seconds of the race lead still. Kyle Busch up a couple spots on the oh, no, never mind. False alarm. The USA graphic had him in 8th for some reason. Now he's back to 10th. False alarm. I thought he moved up a couple spots from the last I saw him because he restarted in 10th. That was weird. I don't know what happened on that graphic. It flipped him up to 8th and then right back to 10th immediately. Coverage for that mistake. I'm just the one trying to relay the message to you guys, the fans. Frank Powers, welcome back into the stream. Shout out to Wade as well. I did not see you in the chat a little bit ago. Well, I did see you. I don't think I shouted you out, though. Billy Kramer. The usual suspects. It's been a fun race so far here tonight at Darlington, despite the domination from Chase Briscoe. Just love this racetrack. I never really appreciated Darlington for what it was as much. For whatever reason, growing up, but then going there in person for the first time back in 2020, walking underneath the grandstands on the front stretch of that racetrack, you just get the feel. It gives you that old school feel. It doesn't feel like you're at a NASCAR race if you were at any other NASCAR tracks before that, like I had been several occasions. at different racetracks. It's just something about the presence of it made me feel like I was at my local short track until you got up into the bleachers, and then it was a slightly bigger oval. It wasn't a short track by any means. And then you see the usual NASCAR Cup Series drivers out on the racetrack, and the podium and everything that you would usually see at a normal NASCAR race is very different compared to any other racetrack I've been to. The only other track I would have been to since then that gave me that feel of being at my local short track is Martinsville, which is a short track, and it is old school for that reason. So that would make sense. But Darlington, it has a different vibe to it. And it's very hard to explain unless you've actually been there yourself. And in that case, maybe somebody down in the chat could back me up on that statement and maybe explain if any of you guys have ever been to Darlington and agree or disagree. Carson Hocevar trying to rally through the field after having to spin earlier in the race. He had his hand out the window. I don't know what that was all about, but he gets by Joey Logano after a hard-fought battle for 13th. William Byron soon gets by the 22 immediately after. Austin Cindric in the 2 is right there with him. Good thing William Byron won the regular season championship, because even with the lack of playoff or stage points, that he has scored tonight, he is still plus 27 above the cut line after coming in plus 26. So the reason why the regular season champ very, very, very rarely misses the championship four. It's only happened twice since 2014 under the 16-man playoff format with the amount of playoff points. That time you only had the playoff points for the first round. 2017 and onward, we've had them for every round. And you earn them through each round of the playoffs as well to reward your regular season work even more so. But regardless of the fact, William Byron winning that regular season championship, being the most consistent driver. He's currently 14th. Problems, obviously, to other drivers around him in the point standings have also helped him, despite not having the greatest night, to actually be right around where he was on points anyway coming into the race and where he is right now. Chase Briscoe trying to seal the deal, win back-to-back Southern 500s, get his second win of the season, and boost this 19 team into the round of 12 after missing the playoffs entirely. With Martin Truex Jr. missing victory lane entirely with Martin Truex Jr. in his final season just a year ago. To get 2 wins, both in the last couple months, would be pretty impressive. It's amazing how quickly Briscoe has turned the corner with his new team, because they did go through some growing pains early in the season. And something from the Coke 600 onward, that team has just clicked. They had a top 5 that night after qualifying on the pole. He's had so many more poles and front row starts since then. And they're putting together complete races and complete race weekends, really. They show up with great speed and they finish with great speed. They finish up towards the front of the pack more often than not. And Briscoe really is a threat for this championship this year. He's won at Phoenix before, and that was in his SHR days, much like he's won here at Darlington with his SHR days. If he makes it to Phoenix, he is a legitimate contender for that title. And obviously, to get to Phoenix, you got to get through each round, round by round, and he's looking to get through the first one in the first race tonight. Ryan Preece getting by Kyle Larson after Larson had a loose moment in turns 1 and 2, ended up scraping the fence just a bit. All in all, better save. He didn't hit the wall hard. Only lost a position. Preece now up to 8th. $14 sets of tires for the weekend. Yeah, that would assume the set at the start of the race. And then if it was for the weekend, then that means they would have also had a set for qualifying, the qualifying scuffs for the race. So they would have had 12 sets of sticker tires that they could have changed throughout the course of the race, which is plenty. Because, I mean, if we do the math here, 2 stops at stage 1, a stage break, that was 3. Then during the caution, that's 4 under green, and then another quick yellow, 5, 6, 7 at the end of the last stage. So they've only changed 7 times. So a lot of these teams still have 5 sets of tires left, unless they've gotten into an incident like Ryan Blaney with the spin. There were a couple guys on the opening lap of the race with that melee up around turn 2 with Josh Berry. Some of them slid their tires and ended up pitting and using a set right away. There's a handful of drivers who would have 4 sets left the rest of the race, but many have 5. Again, no problem with only about 100 laps to go. Reddick's starting to match the lap times, or at least closer to that, of Chase Briscoe. Now that he's fallen 2 seconds off the lead, he was within a few hundreds a couple laps ago. Bubba Wallace actually quicker than Reddick the last lap, but he's got about a 2-second split back to the 45 car as well. Top 10, the intervals between them. There's quite a big split into the back half of the top 10 behind Briscoe. Top 5 still hanging on for what it's worth. The 19 car ahead of the 45 again by 2 seconds. 3.7 to Bubba Wallace in third. 4.1 seconds to Ross Chastain in fourth. Johnny Nemechek 4.5 seconds off the lead. 5.2 back for Eric Jones in sixth. 7.9 seconds back for AJ Allmendinger in seventh. Ryan Preece 9.1 seconds off the lead. In eighth, Kyle Larson 9.5 back in ninth, and Kyle Busch 9.9 seconds off the lead, rounding out the top 10. Showing a stat line that the driver who has led the most laps at Darlington in the last 6 races here has not won the race. Busch, 155 in 2022, finished 30th. 31st for Truex with 145 led in 2023 in the spring. Denny Hamlin leading the most laps in the Southern 500 of 2023. That race was won by Larson. And then Larson leading the most in the Southern 500 last year, won by Chase Briscoe. Spring race this season, William Byron led all but 50 laps of the race, and he did not get the win. The difference tonight is I haven't seen any other team close the gap to Briscoe on a speed basis throughout the course of a full tire stint that we've seen, which is only really about 30 to 40 laps. Nobody's been able to close the gap on him. If anything, Briscoe's gotten much better than the rest of the field, because at the beginning of the race in the daylight hours in stage 1, he was not this dominant. We got into the nighttime, and the 19 car went from a capable race-winning race car to the car to beat, and still is. But a long ways out from the finish. Again, about 100 to go. There's a lot that could happen here. They got to continue to execute. They can't fall behind on strategy. That's going to be a big point of emphasis, obviously, as well. But they put themselves in the best spot possible up to this point.
It's been thrown around a lot this week in terms of describing their approaching the playoffs relative to the regular season. I think we're seeing shades of that tonight, Dave.
Answer sheet, Phil Surgeon, why the one team in Ross Chastain could capitalize at Darlington. He said, you know, Ross used to drive for one of the most humble Xfinity teams where you had to save your equipment and you had to be kind to your tires. That pays dividends when you come to a place like Darlington. He's showing it again tonight, running in the third position, Kim.
Bubba Wallace dropping a couple of spots. Not sure if that clear bridge is going away, but I talked to Crew Chief Charles tonight about what their goal is. He said it banks. He said you can usually bank on 4 playoff teams having big trouble in this race. We don't want to be one of them. And while they kind of slow there relative to other playoff drivers, they have not had anything disastrous happen. Their goal starting to come into focus, Dave.
This week, Kyle Larson talks about a season when it's been up and down and, quote, prepared us for most anything. I asked Crew Chief Cliff Daniels if that was true this morning. He said, absolutely agree. True in competition and true in life. 2025, we had to reframe our minds to embrace some of our challenges. They've had a couple more tonight, Marty. The top seed has gained 12 stakes points, so that helps.
Boy, Dave, not the night that the 5-time Darlington winner, Denny Hamlin, thought he would have. This pit crew came into the night ranked 8th over the season. That stage 2 stop, he went back to 28th after that long stop, and it's been a slog to get back through the field. But right now, in 12th, attacking with a balance in 3 and 4. Rookie tight 1 and 2, Dave.
William Byron has been up front. He's gone to the back. He's been to the front again. He went to the back recently with a couple of more problems on pit lane. Now he's working his way back forward. The balance hasn't been bad, and he didn't like one run in particular, so they went back to a long run setup they had earlier in the day. That seems to be paying off, Kim.
Austin said they're trying to get the this relatively late. They had good time to new stage points in the initial stage. Backstop was not as small front as it was initially. Missed out on stage points in stage 2, which was one of their goals. They looked to finish top 10, still have a couple of positions to get to that place. A team that reminding him of the big picture and keeping him up to speed on the issues playoff drivers have had here tonight, Barney.
Talking about how tough the Southern 500 is. It's been a grinded out night for Joey Logano and Paul Wolf. The struggle all evening long has been turn 2, and he's been way too tight in turn 2. But on this run, he said, I finally have the turn I need right here in turn 2. But now it's way too free. I'm in a 4-wheel slide, Parker.
Well, Marty, for Chase Elliott, it's been a tough night as well. They've just been mired between 13th and 20th throughout this race, currently running 21st right now. And, you know, they came in this race with the best average finish of any team in the NASCAR Cup Series at 11.96. But they both knew, he and Alan Gustin, that would not cut it in the playoffs. They had to be prepared to go for a home run, but they just not brought home run speed here, Marty.
Parker, after that spin a little while ago, Ryan Blaney did too much damage to the right front of the splitter. That's the biggest concern. He said, I don't know what to tell you to do to Jonathan Hassler, but it is absolutely plowing and has been no better. Same story for Christopher Bell with damage on the splitter as well. He said, the car feels better, but I can't tell you if the tight condition that I'm experiencing is because of traffic, which he has been often in tonight, or it's because of the damage we have on the splitter. And for SVG, a moment ago, Stephen Doran said, listen, I know it's been a frustrating night. We do not have the handling right with the race car, but so many playoff teams have had trouble. Stick with me. Still just under 100 laps to go, Dave.
Austin Dillon runs 27th, has not been able to capitalize on that great qualifying run he had into the top 10. Just recently, he came on the radio, told the team the car is well balanced now. It's decent, but is it too late? Back now to the 27th position. Kim?
Alex both running in the 29th position. That's where he started. So it may not seem like a reason, but that is exactly what it is for this team. Remember, they had that airman got taken away from on and won award. The lucky dog against Ty Dillon. Resilience is an important part of the playoffs, and we've seen it here tonight from Alex Bowman, this 48 team, Parker.
And for Josh Berry and the Wood Brothers, they came into this cut off with so much optimism, qualifying third on Saturday, but it all went wrong on lap 1, turn 2. The car bottomed out. They crashed. They went behind the wall. They're 126 laps down, but they repaired that car so well that recently Josh Berry actually set the fastest lap of the race. If that holds, that's an extra point, Marty.
And Parker, here come the pit stops. 94 to go here in the Southern 500. These teams just now planning to split stage 3 into 2 stops. And there are a few teams talking about doing stage 3 in 1 stop. We'll see if they actually pull that off. You can also see Ryan Blaney and Joey Logano on pit road. Again, they have not been able to hit the handling right for the 22 all evening long, Dave.
Tight and no grip for Kyle Larson on the lower right there. Crew finishing up the 4-tire stop with a chassis adjustment.
Parker. You see Chase Briscoe on pit road there from the lead. He did not have much report. Team has told him in green flag stops. They'd like him to get out of pit road faster, they told, and compared him to some other cars, said he needed more arc and more throttle next to him.
Finishing up that stop, still 1 speed tighter, just too free on that last run.
19. Will he leave in front of the 45? He will. So clean in and off. Now it's just a little bit of nerves until we get the other cars to come to pit road because there'll be a lap down. Right around the grass, that shortest way around the flat.
And Chase Briscoe re-enters with 92 laps to go in the Cookout Southern 500. What a night it's been. 222 laps led after 4 seasons with Stuart Haas Racing. They closed their operations and it morphed into Haas Factory with just the one current Cole Custer. And this is his first season with Joe Gibbs Racing. And Toyota Power paired with James Small, won at Pocono earlier this year and has dominated this Southern 500. Here's Kyle Busch.
And Kyle Busch, remember, part of that first incident with Josh Berry, had a nice bounce since then. He's reporting no grip. Also, on research, feels like he gets struck by other cars. Let's figure tires, air pressures, and elbow fueling.
Ross Chastain hit cycle to the lead. He'll now bring that Chevrolet to pit road. He said loose up front, let enter, little tight center, but not as bad as the loose. Crew chiefs always say, tell me what is the worst thing, let me fix that first. They'll change 4 tires here, get him full of fuel. Waiting and gone.
Yeah, just a little hiccup on that left rear. Just amazing how quickly they service the car. I really believe the one front tire changer hit that wheel nut. I'm not sure the car had completely stopped yet. It was like just sliding to a halt. 11 of Denny Hamlin. Remember that slow pit stop earlier? They're trying to look for options, plans. It's 11. He has won this race both ways. He's won it by coming early and having fresh tires, and he's also won it by running long. So he can do both. But we see the challenge of being out there in old tires is, can you continue to run quality laps while all these other cars continue to overtake you?
What's Lucy was right there into the corner, had a big slide. And you have to be careful when you're on old tires.
You're hitting pit.
So all the drivers around you, they're pitting this time. You tend to overdrive the race car because everybody around you can drive harder because they have new tires.
All right, at this time, we've seen Denny Hamlin in control of this race in the past. This pit road, not in control of it now while he is leading.
And out the window, letting the guys behind him know he's coming down pit road.
Look to your left, top box. Look to your left how blind it is. Can't see, and then you can see. It's amazing. It looks so wide and it looks so easy from different camera angles, but it is so challenging for these guys.
Let's remember, Denny Hamlin has been complaining about his clutch. We'll see if that affects getting into the box or keeping the car running, and hopefully doesn't stall it leaving for the 11 team, Marty.
Boy, Steve, thanks to Toyota for that onboard look at Denny Hamlin coming to pit road and how busy he was. That was downshifting, also a brake bias adjustment to make sure he gets into his stall clean. Now can the 11 crew deliver a clean stop? Denny's in the car a little bit too tight through 1 and 2, but that makes him occasionally free off 1 and 2 as well, Parker.
And Chase Elliott on pit road as well. He was actually having fuel pressure issues during this last run. They flipped the switch, and that fixed it for him. He's consistently been hurting the rear tires too much on the long run.
Fuel pressure issues a bit surprising. Flipping the switch probably means they went from running 1 fuel pump in the actual fuel cell to 2. Maybe they have an issue there. Shouldn't be an issue, though. You don't run low on fuel here at Darlington very much, so should be all right. But that gives Briscoe back the lead, 1.5 seconds over Reddick. Van Bisbergen yet to pit, basically right there in third.
It's the Toyota pairing up front. It's 2 different teams, but they have shared these 2 spots for so long as we race with 86 to go.
Yeah, once SVG ends up coming on to pit road, it's going to be all Toyotas in the top 5. It'll be Briscoe, Reddick, Nemechek, Jones, and Wallace would be the top 5. So SVG, again, has not made a green flag stop yet in this stage. I wonder if he maybe tries a 2-stop strategy and everybody else goes for 3. 2-stop, I mean, he goes 10 to 15 more laps. Probably closer to 15 would be the easier way to go. Maybe they could strategize themselves into a top 15 run because he was just outside the top 20 before the cycling started. And we saw a couple drivers, like Jonathan Nemechek, for instance, was running 16th, 17th place all the way back at stage 1 when they went pretty much to the final just over 100 laps caution-free. He went 1 stop. He went about 50 to 55 laps on his tires. That was it. And he ended up finishing 9th at the end of the first stage. So I'm surprised we haven't seen more drivers try a 2-stop strategy, especially the playoff bunch, and SVG was the only one, considering there were quite a few outside the top 10 before those pit stop cycles started, like Byron, Logano, Blaney, Hamlin, Austin Dillon. Surprised that SVG was the only driver to do this. And even like non-playoff driver just to try to better your finish as well. Again, it's not going to be a strategy that's going to win the race from that far back, but we saw it work once. And I'm surprised more drivers didn't try to go with it. If there's one thing that this 88 team does when it comes to strategy, they don't seem to make mistakes and fall behind strategy. The road courses, they're in control, they stay in control. And the same thing happens here. We don't see Van Gisbergen speeding on pit road on ovals. We'll see him spin out from time to time as he's still trying to get used to them. But yeah, again, much improved. Not just the driver, but the team as a whole has been just improving from the start of the year to where they're at right now.
Time to check out the Xfinity fastest laps of this race. And the fastest goes to Josh Berry. So the race may have started as inauspicious way, but he has found the ultimate pace out there tonight ahead of the guy who has dominated this race, Chase Briscoe. 80 to go, 80 laps to go in the Cookout Southern 500 here in Darlington. So, fellas, why don't we take time for the ones to watch, presented by Credit One Bank.
I was thinking they just did this already. They did
Tyler
not.
Reddick. Remember that lap one save? That was an epic save. Could have been the difference between advancing from this round to the next. 2 runner-up finishes here. Looking for his first win of 2025. Why not tonight?
Why not tonight for the 43? Eric Jones, driver at Legacy Motor Club, 315 starts, 3 wins, 2 of which were Southern 500. Something just fits like Cinderella's slipper for Eric Jones here at Darlington. Could he do it again tonight?
Almost got against
How
the
about
wall.
the man in the U.S. Air Force, Toyota Camry, Bubba Wallace, third car in that shot. He said earlier this week, I've had 7 DNFs this year. If you give me those back, can you imagine where I'd be in the playoff structure? And he said, but anyway, we're in. We got the big win, and we know how good we can be. He currently runs 5th. It's been a terrific night, both for the driver of the 23 and his teammate in the 45, Tyler Reddick.
We're closing into those moments where it's been a long race, 77 to go, 1 more pit stop.
Oh, no!
Little bit of contact. That's what we were thinking. Just an issue now is that right rear tolling still in one piece. That is amazing. You just drive it down in turn 1, hoping the tires are still pointing in the right direction.
That was pretty wild.
Wow.
Right alongside Ross Chastain. He just ping-ponged off the wall. Here comes Armendinger looking for an inside move.
Oh, Ross.
They get stuck behind Chastain, and Armendinger just flew on by.
Busher's going to end up wrecking him here.
I put a slider on Busher, and I don't think Busher's happy about it.
No.
That was
I
the
wouldn't
6th
be.
place, by the way. Let's have another look at it.
Yeah, so this is what happened on turn 4.
That was really the one sliding, but the 17 had his own issues. There was no contact. Now, there wasn't a lot of room there, but yeah, I mean, Chastain didn't hit him or push him to the wall. I mean, at least him a lane, not a lane plus any, but a lane.
Or 7/8 of 1.
7/8. I can do that. 7/8 of 1's fair.
He slides up in front of you, and Busher lets him know, I'm not too happy about that.
And Armendinger was the big recipient of a wide open path.
And what I was just saying is 77 to go, the length of the race, like those sort of things are kind of happening all over at times. You know, we've raced here. Some cars, surprisingly, Jeff, you and I talk about this all the time. They'll run next to each other for almost the whole race. And over time, you just become less and less patient, and then finally it boils over. And like you said, Jeff, you leave somebody 7/8 of a lane where they need an entire lane.
Yeah, I think also, you know, you come to this race, we talk about how long it is. It's also toward the end of the year. And some teams and drivers haven't had the year that they wanted. And so then small things get on your nerves, tend to have much less patience.
Look at that speed disparity between Carson Hosebar, William Byron, Denny Hamlin, and the 88 of Shane Van Gisbergen. Marty, tell us more about SVG.
Boy, all these fresher tires going by SVG. So they are the one playoff team who has yet to pit here in stage 3. Stephen Dorn making the call that he's going to try to do stage 3 on one stop.
One? I thought they were going to try 2 versus 3.
Older tires for SVG. But the second factor is they've really been no better than 25th tonight for SVG. So how might this play work out to benefit the 88, Steve?
Well, he's 16th right now. He was running 28th when the pit cycle started. He needs to run 7 more laps to get it in the middle. So 22 seconds behind. Unfortunately, he's going to be back to almost 25th, 26th before he comes to pit road. But at any point, if that pusher ping pong mess would have turned it to a yellow, that's a huge gain for the 88. So while it may not result in a better finish, Dip,
It could
for a lot of time, opportunity is on their side if the yellow comes out. Sometimes you just have to, keep buying Powerball tickets. Just hope sometimes the numbers hit.
What was it before? $1 billion?
I know.
Carolina Lottery?
Whole business strategy.
Commercial break with 70 laps to go on USA Network for this year's coverage of the 2025 Cookout Southern 500. We'll go through the full field leaderboard here. Chase Briscoe leads, Tyler Reddick in second, John Hunter Nemechek third, Eric Jones fourth, and Bubba Wallace rounds out the top 5 and fifth. Sixth is AJ Allmendinger, Ross Chastain seventh, eighth for Chris Buescher, ninth Ryan Preece, and Kyle Busch in 10th. Kyle Larson 11th, Austin Cindric 12th, Carson Hocevar 13th, Denny Hamlin 14th, William Byron 15th, Ryan Blaney 16th, 17th for Noah Gragson, Joey Logano 18th, Brad Keselowski 19th, and Shane Van Gisbergen 20th. Austin Dillon 21st, Zane Smith 22nd, Justin Haley 23rd, Ty Gibbs 24th, Cole Custer 25th, Michael McDowell 26th, Chase Elliott 27th is actually the first car lap down. Christopher Bell in 28th, the lap down, Alex Bowman 29th, Riley Herbst 30th, Todd Gillen 31st, Daniel Suarez 32nd, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 33rd, Ty Dillon 34th, Timmy Hill 35th, Derek Kraus 36th, Cody Ware 37th, and Josh Berry 38th. Cody Ware out of the race. Josh Berry returned to the racetrack. He's 128 laps down after the lap 1 incident. So only 1 car out. 24 lead changes, 6 cautions. None for incident in stage 3 to this point as we have 68 laps to go. I said I didn't think stage 3 was going to go caution free. I still don't. But we're getting there. We're past halfway through the final stage. 31 laps of caution so far out of 301 laps that are completed in this event. We'll take a break. You're listening live on KRC as our full flag-to-flag coverage continues. So Briscoe picking up stage wins 3 and 4 on the night. He has led well over 200 laps of this race. 243 laps led out of 301. Reddick is led for 3, 15 for John Hunter Nemechek, 10 for Bubba Wallace. Ross Chastain for 3, 2 for Larson, 12 for Denny Hamlin, 3 for SVG. Chase Elliott led for 8 laps during green flag pit stops, 2 for Christopher Bell. Those are all the drivers to lead at least a lap in the race. And I believe Briscoe still has the fastest lap. Only this time, instead of lap 8, it's lap 239. So I mentioned about him getting quicker in comparison to the rest of the field. As the pit stops have waned on in this one, well, not only he's gotten quicker compared to the rest of the field, the track itself has also gotten quicker, as expected, now that we're in the full nighttime sky and have been for a little while.
SVG is
SVG in the pits.
Some fuel. Marty Snyder standing by.
Yeah, finally coming at lap 303. Had a little bit of trouble. Had to let some traffic go when he came to pit road. When Stephen Dorn said, hey, how's the handling of the car? He said, actually, on the long run, on these old tires, considering how old the tires are, I actually think it's not too bad. Here's the other issue with going this one-stop strategy in stage 3. They're going to have to sit here and wait on fuel to make sure that they can get all the way at the end of the stage with 64 to go here in stage 3.
Talking or screaming.
Oddly enough, even waiting on fuel, that was a longer pit stop or shorter pit stop than what he had the last time he made a green flag stop. I think I saw 13 seconds the first time around, well, technically it would have been the last green flag stop of stage 2 for him. That was 13 seconds. 12.2 that time. I'd like to think he's easily got enough fuel in it to make it to the end. Points as they run right now with Chase Briscoe in the lead. Obviously, he wins. He's in the next round. Kyle Larson plus 45, plus 36 for Denny Hamlin. Tyler Reddick plus 34, plus 30 for William Byron. Bubba Wallace plus 25, plus 24 Ross Chastain. Ryan Blaney plus 23, plus 12 for Bell, plus 11 for Cindric, and then plus 1 for Logano and SVG. -1, Chase Elliott, first driver below the cut line. Austin Dillon -4. Alex Bowman -15 and -18 for Josh Berry. With as many drivers that have had problems, the likes of Berry, who wrecked out on lap 1, practically. He's back in the race, but he's still in last. And Alex Bowman falling 2 laps down, no stage points, and still running 28th, a lap down yet again. They're lucky now. They're not in as bad of a spot as it looked like they were going to be in early. Early in the race when Josh Berry had his issue, he was 30 points below the cut line. So -18 now, while he hasn't moved up, other drivers have just moved backwards. Things have gotten a little bit better for him. And if that Penske affiliate Ford of Berry is as good next week as the Penske cars have been through last season and the season before that, and the season before that at Gateway next week, good things could be on the horizon for him. Reddick trying to close that gap on Briscoe again. He's 1.3 seconds off the lead. He got to 1 second back before the pit stops opened up under green flag conditions the last time. It does seem like we get near 40 laps on these tires, and Reddick is better at that clip point than what the 19 is. And that could be something to look at going forward, especially if Tyler Reddick maybe tries to run this next stint out a little bit longer than Briscoe. I don't know. We'll see what kind of strategy they're thinking. Maybe they get close enough to him that they pit earlier. Force the hand of the 19 to have to make the decision as to how long they would want to stay out for. I also wonder if there's some way that they can catch Briscoe before the next pit stop, which I don't think is going to happen unless Briscoe makes a huge mistake. You know, does anybody try the Austin Dillon strategy where take the lead pit immediately after? With what he did at Richmond on a low grip racetrack, and kind of force the hand of the guy you were already quicker than having to stay out a little longer to try to do something different. Does Reddick maybe do that if he catches and passes Chase Briscoe? Chase Elliott, who has slightly fresher tires, is closing the gap on Briscoe to try to get back on the lead lap. And it's going to hurt the 19 car once the 9 clears. If Elliott ends up running the top side of the racetrack, that's going to take away a lot of that clean air that Briscoe has to be able to make his car handle a little bit better in the corners. There's already about 3 or 4 lap cars that aren't that far in front of the 19, and Reddick, again, is still closing. Reddick is now just 0.6 of a second off the lead. Even John Nemechek's only 1 second back in third. 2.4 back to Eric Jones in fourth. Again, it is all Toyota at the front of the field, but they're starting to cluster together a little bit. Chase Elliott with a big moment in turns 1 and 2 as he dive bombs to the inside of the racetrack underneath Briscoe. Big slide. He loses a ton of time. And now Tyler Reddick in the 45 car going to look to the outside of the 9. Same for Nemechek in the 42. Although Nemechek gets held up by Elliott through the center of 1 and 2, they're still side by side through the corner. Reddick got by cleanly. Nemechek was starting to get right to the back bumper of that 45 car, and he lost time. And Briscoe's starting to struggle just a bit. 55 laps to go. Oh, we've got a fire underneath the 44 of Derek Kraus. Caution flag is out here in Darlington. Big flames, big smoke coming out of both of the front tires. Window net is down, and Kraus is hopping out of that race car quickly. It's engulfed. Wow. There's a lot of smoke. Put that fire out. I was going to say the safety officials were running to the driver of the 44. The car is still on fire. They need to put the fire out. I have not seen anybody with an extinguisher yet. Here we go. Now we got the extinguisher. The MR safety team was quick to getting to the driver, but as far as the car itself goes, it was just burning alive and finally putting out the huge flames. Well, this is going to be interesting. First caution of stage 3. 55 laps remain.
Recent caution. Take a look to the right.
I assume this is an engine expiration, just looking at all the smoke, and then finally enough fluid gets on enough things of temperature and the fire breaks out. Good to see the driver get stopped and get out okay. It's going to be scary from behind the wheel.
Yeah.
Blaney was in the middle of a pit stop or was coming down pit road, so he ended up servicing the 12 car. I believe the 12 was lapped while being on pit road, so good decision to put tires on it because this will leave them the opportunity to take the free pass. There's one lap.
Good things go wrong tonight.
He hears frustration. They'll take the wave around, so he'll restart, back of the field, but around 22nd, unfortunately, behind the lap down cars. Chase Elliott in the 9 will get the free pass. And if you're an SVG fan, the big fear of running long, so long he had such a huge window where a caution would have made his entire night. Unfortunately, this is the exact opposite. He's now 2 laps down.
Oh.
He'll take the wave around, go to 1 lap down, and then he'll take the wave around on older tires. They're just not the caution the 88 needed right there.
It was a gamble that just didn't work out, right?
Yep.
So
That's right.
he was on the lead lap, after working so hard in stage 1 to get there, and then all of stage 2 he was on the lead lap, and unfortunately that was a gamble that went the wrong direction.
And I don't know if it really cost him anything because if they just pit with the leaders, where they were running around Bell and Bowman and those guys, they're all a lap down also. So really, he's going to be a lap down, just a couple lap older tires than he would have been.
Well, we're seeing so much trouble on pit road. It's race winning time now. Only 52 laps to go. Let's see who can execute.
Pit lane's getting busy. Dave Burns is standing by. Davo.
Ross Chastain was running in 6th position. He said the rear is the best spin all weekend. The entry is the best. Split the difference on the understeer I'm experiencing. The crew goes to Tim.
Talk about the 2311 cars, bottom left, Bubba Wallace. You just said I need to be able to be more aggressive on entry and exit. His teammate, top right, Tyler Reddick, said biggest balance swing we've had during that run. Took off 3, then tightened up a small adjustment, nothing crazy, just air pressure, Parker.
And Chase Briscoe came on the radio and gave his team a pep talk, telling them they've been the best all night. Let's keep it up here. They do get away from the box right there. And that he's just continually building loose, not once has he felt that race car be tight. And they continue to be perfect on pit road. He wins the race.
Awesome. That's a good call, Parker, because they've been criticized at times for what happened on pit road. That 19 team has been spot on tonight here in Darlington.
What are you doing?
Yeah, not only it's the driver getting it done behind the wheel, and the team's obviously able to stay on top of the adjustments to keep the 19 car fast into the nighttime from the daytime, but the fact that the pit crew has been on it from the word go as well for Chase Briscoe, as they have won the race off of pit road every stop so far tonight. So he's been able to restart from the lead every restart so far, and with that, keep control of the race. He lost the lead on one restart to Denny Hamlin, where Hamlin led those 12 laps, but then Briscoe was able to get back around him. There was another restart where Tyler Reddick had gotten to the lead, for about 2 laps, which was late in stage 2, only for Briscoe to get right back around on the 3rd lap following the restart, and obviously ended up going on to win stage 2. Long night, but we are getting close to the finish. We're going to have less than 50 laps to go in the Cookout Southern 500. Crown Jewel race win on the line. And a potential spot in the round of 12 for one of the 16 playoff drivers if they're able to get their car to victory lane. See if there's a list of guys who took the wave around. I think Bell, Suarez, Blaney, Stenhouse, and Austin Dillon all took the wave around. So they're back on the lead lap on older tires, except for Blaney, who was on pit row when the caution came out, and he's going to have equal tires as everybody. So he'll probably have an easier time trying to stay on the lead lap at least, if we go green to the end. He gained some positions on the guys around him that took the wave around that are on older tires. I have a feeling this next restart is going to get absolutely nuts. We saw towards the end of stage 2, they were getting pretty wild. Those last couple in particular. And I kind of have a feeling every restart from here on out is going to be more of the same. I'm not going to lie, in the midst of Chase Briscoe winning the Southern 500 last year, I actually kind of forgot Kyle Busch finished second. He's had a good night tonight. He's been in 10th, right around there for most of stage 3. Busch currently in 11th. Lights are out on the pace car. They'll be going green this time by. "12 top 10 finishes, 5 top 5s in the last 10 races. 12 top 10s on the season as a whole, and then those 5 top 5s were in the last 10 for Briscoe, one of which being the win at Pocono in July. Many front row starts and pulls to go along with it, including a front row tonight. Green flag is in the air. Briscoe had a slight spin of the tires in the restart zone, but so did the 45 of Reddick on the inside of row 1. The Legacy Motor Club Toyotas, Jones and Nemechek in row 2. Jones is cleared for 3rd as he's able to move up, while the 45 is side by side with the 19 out of turn 2. They'll side draft down the backstretch. Jones with a big run behind both of them with nowhere to go. So on the inside of Briscoe through 3 and 4 on the bottom. But off the exit of turn 4, Briscoe wins the battle. 3 wide back around Hocevar in the middle of Denny Hamlin and Ryan Preece, battling for 8th place and the back half of the top 10. Preece lost a lot of momentum on the inside of that 3 wide battle, and Kyle Busch will swing around him on the outside through 1 and 2. Busch gets back into 10th. And Busch is now going for 9th on the outside of Carson Hocevar. Hocevar not giving up his battle, and Denny Hamlin. Great recovery by Hamlin to get back in the top 10 for the first time since early in stage 2, when the team had a near 22nd very slow pit stop, which dropped him out of the top 3, back outside the top 20, and now, again, Hamlin up to 8th. 9th, rather, as Hocevar is up to 8th, making the pass on him. Kyle Busch also looking to move into 9th place on the 11. We'll see if Hamlin can settle in. I don't know what I was so worried about for Toyota on the long run speed. They didn't really have it in practice yesterday, but here in the race, they've had short and long run speed. They've absolutely dominated the race. Obviously, the 19 at the forefront of that, but the 45 and 43, the entire second half have been pretty much second and third. Nemechek has been in the top 5 for a lot of the race. He was 9th at the end of stage 1. Had good pit strategy on the one-stop strategy call. Fortunate enough, obviously, it stayed green all the way through the stage for that to work out. SVG trying that here in stage 3, caught the caution at the wrong time, and he was 2 laps down. Chastain and Carson Hocevar side by side. Carson moving forward on the restart, but he might be pushing too hard too early. The good news is, though, is if you don't save and you go hard now, you gain a few positions, you catch a caution in about 10 to 15 laps, ultimately that's not going to really matter much because everybody's going to have to come back down on the pit road for fresh tires again anyway, and then you do it all over again. But Carson getting better as the night goes on. This is as high the running order as he's been as he battles the one car for 7th, sorry. And for right now, Chastain will hold on. Leaderboard's frozen now. I don't think mine is. Mine seems to be still accurate. 42 laps to go. Hocevar another swing into 3 and 4 on the inside of Chastain. Up off the exit of the corner, though, not clear. And ducks right back in line behind him. He can't stay side by side down the front stretch either. 1.3 second lead for Briscoe over Reddick. Growing it out as quickly as he can. I don't imagine we're going to see any green flag stops between now and the finish of the race. So this will be actually the longest run on this set of tires that we currently have to the finish. I don't think that that's going to work out as well for Briscoe, especially if he pulls too far away too early. Seemed to be right before the green flag pit stops, he was starting to lose a lot of time to Reddick and Jones. But having to go more than 30, 35 laps this time could be a little bit of a tougher task for that 19. And probably the biggest challenge that he's had to face all night long. Top 10 with 40 to go as Briscoe out in front still. Tyler Reddick second, Eric Jones third. John Nemechek fourth. Bubba Wallace fifth. AJ Allmendinger sixth. Ross Chastain seventh. Carson Hocevar eighth. Denny Hamlin ninth. And Kyle Busch in 10th. SVG Joey Logano tied for the final cut line spot on the playoff bubble as we run late in the race. Well over 400 miles out of the 500 complete. Around this 1.25 oval in Darlington, South Carolina. AJ Allmendinger trying to break up the Toyota Brigade at the front of the field. AJ makes a pass for 5th on Bubba Wallace. I think Bubba might have let him through up off turn 2. Things were getting pretty tight in the center of the corner, and Wallace has a lot to lose here. He's going to keep having his good day. You know, one position here isn't going to be that bad in the grand scheme of things versus if he maybe has contact or gets into the fence battling for that 5th spot and ends up losing 20 to 30 points late in the race rather than just the one. Hand out the window, by the way, that last straightaway for AJ Allmendinger. Probably realizing that the 23 gave up the position pretty easily, and AJ continues onward. Did not think Allmendinger would be the highest running Chevrolet in tonight's race. I would not have expected that. Chastain was pretty quick in practice yesterday. Larson, Byron. I did not think the college Chevy of AJ Allmendinger was going to have this kind of speed, but on the low grip ovals with the intermediate tracks early in the season like Homestead, Kansas, Vegas, he had top 10 runs. It was just so long ago you kind of forgot about it because most of the tracks we went to through the summer months were higher grip, higher speed, and not really high speed, low grip like Darlington or like I mentioned already, Homestead, Vegas, Kansas. So maybe Kansas here in a couple weeks, AJ could put together another good run. Vegas as well before the season's out. And maybe even tonight he could keep moving forward. We get some restarts late in the race. Team continues to get good pit stops and keep him up there. Briscoe 2/10 quicker than Reddick the last lap by. I don't know what would be better for Chase Briscoe and that 19 team. To catch a caution before the end of the race, knowing how great you are in that first 30 to 35 lap stint, now we're at 35 to go. It would bring the entire field in. The pit crew's been great. They've been winning the race off pit road. If they do it again, it's going to be a lot harder, I think, for him to lose the race on a not late race restart and have this play long to the finish under green. He's been so masterful everywhere else. I just feel like that team's just going to continue to execute. It's one of those rare circumstances where a caution late in the race I don't think is going to hurt Briscoe as badly. Unless we get down to like less than 5 to go and he's pretty much won the race. He's still up by 2 to 3 seconds plus. That'd be a different story. But here comes Christopher Bell on the pit road. Hail Mary call. I believe Bell was one of the cars that took the wave around, though. So he was already about to go lap down anyway. And now Bell's back to 33rd after making the green flag stop.
33 laps to go, and as Christopher Bell rejoins the racetrack, let's talk about the 45 of Tyler Reddick, the Pinnacle Toyota Camry. Let's take you back. If you've just joined us, this is what happened to him on the very first lap of this race. Gets hit by Josh Berry. He tags the wall a little bit, but Jeff, the save of saves.
I just can't believe when he had to turn the car to the right to keep from spinning out, that he was able to get it turned back to the left and not hit the outside wall. I would say the save of the year, because with everything on the line, start of the playoffs, and he missed that by 4 or 5 inches. It's a completely different game. They're in the garage fixing this race car rather than battling for a win.
And the last shot of that replay package, Steve, was he, Chase Briscoe battling it out, and there was another close shave with the wall here at the track, too tough to tame. But getting up high, close to the fence, that doesn't rattle him, but still, he's had 2 experiences recently, Richmond and Daytona, where it just didn't go his way. Tonight, it is going his way, and he's capitalizing on it.
It has so far, but I will tell you, 30 to go in the Southern 500. We talk a lot about the Coca-Cola 600 and what those extra 100 miles do, because by distance, it's the longest race of the year. Well, I will tell you, by time, this one wins normally every single year. 23 of the first 26 races of the year are over by now when you look at the clock. So these last 30 laps feel long because they are. They have been grinding and they have been driving exhaustingly inches from the wall with kind of danger and issues around every corner. So even as impressive as Briscoe's 280 laps led are, and they should be celebrated because this drive kind of harkened back to Martin Truex Jr. at the 600 behind the wheel of this 19 car where he was so dominant. It is anything but sealed with 29 to go, and Reddick only a second back.
Yeah, Reddick's closing.
You made reference to Martin Truex Jr. there. Chase Briscoe told us earlier this week to walk around the NASCAR Cup Series garage area, or when he meets the fans, and he's got that Bass Pro Shops suit on, the Bass Pro Shops hat on. He knows because he's a student of the sport and he loves the history, and he was a fan of what Martin Truex Jr. did as well, even though he raced against him. He said it means something because it's such an iconic scheme. Parker?
Right, as we saw Tyler Reddick start to cut that lead down from about 1.7 seconds to just under a second on Chase Briscoe. When this run started, his spotter, Drew Herring, came on the radio and reminded him this run could potentially be 8 laps longer than any run you've had past in this race. So let's not run off and hide. Let's just manage the tires. So as you see Reddick kind of play yo-yo around that second there, I'm not convinced that the 819 is just simply trying to manage his tires and what could potentially be the longest run of this race.
Yeah, the run before this was 41 laps, and at the end of that, Reddick was running Briscoe down at a high rate of pace.
Yeah.
I think this 45 car is better on a long run. 27 laps to go. The last few laps of 45 has without a doubt been faster.
We've seen this. Remember, Byron dominated the 600. Chastain took it late. We have seen cars being able to be improved or the right adjusted. And to your point, this 45 is coming. It's a half a second in closing. 2 tenths, 3 tenths a lap. The 99 getting in front of the 19 has hurt the 19. That dirty air is back the 19 up. The 45 has cut it down to 5 car lengths. And this is the track where as you try to push, one slip and he can be there.
The
Oh.
disadvantage.
Look at that lap, Jeff.
Exactly. It's 10.5. But he's forced. You see the 19
Yeah,
car
it was
is
loose.
in the middle of the corner.
He knows the pressure's on.
We've seen that all night long. Loose in the middle, 1 and 2 is no good. You cannot carry pace. But what he is doing, he's taking Reddick's line. Reddick really wants to be on the boards right against the wall. So does the 19. You saw Reddick the last time in 1 and 2. He ran the bottom. He has to run somewhere that the 19 isn't.
Don't discount the car third in shot, Eric Jones. The Dollar Tree Toyota Camry. There it is. A two-time Southern 500 winner. He feels he's got a chance to be victorious in 2025.
45 used the bottom lane successfully in 1 and 2. Does he try in 3 and 4? No. Right to the top. Both cars in line.
45 get in the wall a little bit there.
I think so. He definitely slipped.
Close.
Well, if he did, I'm not sure it slowed him down any.
Oh, he didn't go stop.
The leader at 43, second at 41. Throw a blanket over the 19 to protect.
Yeah, Reddick, a really good line here through turns 1 and 2. If he keeps it off the fence, he entered a lot higher. Middle off in the wake of the dirty air, though, behind the 19. Might have pushed tight up off the exit of the corner. 22 laps to go in the Southern 500 this time around. Chase Briscoe's lead over Reddick is just 0.4 of a second. And back to the third place car of Eric Jones, it's only 1 second. Even Jonathan Nemechek in fourth, only a second and a half back. Both Legacy Motor Club Toyota still very much in this race. It'd be pretty hard for a Toyota not to win at this rate. But the next question is not only which driver will it be, but which team under the Toyota Camry banner will it be? Reddick, Jones, Nemechek, Allmendinger in the top 5 have not won all season. Briscoe, 1 win on the year. That is it for the combined wins. 1 for any driver in the top 5. Top 2 going for a spot in the next round of the playoffs. For the 3 behind them, simply a crown jewel win at one of the more prestigious racetracks in NASCAR. $20 to go this time by for Briscoe. Can he get it done 2 years in a row in the Southern 500? Reddick way wide through 1 and 2, trying to get as close to the fence as possible without touching it. Getting every ounce of speed possible. Since getting to 0.4 of a second off of the lead, he hasn't closed any closer than that. Reddick might have gotten up against the wall through 3 and 4. He's going to lose time to Briscoe, and Eric Jones has a run on him now for second place. That's twice that Reddick has wiggled, getting close behind the 19 in the dirty air. That time for sure he got against the wall. The time before that, I couldn't tell whether he did or didn't. Though through 1 and 2, he expands his gap over Jones back out again, but off the lead by about 6 to 0.7 of a second, losing about 0.3 over the last lap to lap and a half. Now 0.8 back at the stripe for Reddick. The next question is, for Tyler Reddick, every time you get up against the wall, how much more are you maybe wearing out those right side tires? With still 18 laps to go, he might be the one to start fading a little earlier in the run compared to the other guys around him. The 43-42 in the rearview mirror and the windshield driver, the 19. Yeah, we got a pretty tight battle for second place here. Eric Jones is only about 2 to 3 car lengths off of Reddick. But now Jones going to be dealing with the same issues that Reddick was, basically. And the top 3 are just riding the wall up through 3 and 4. As close to it as possible without touching from start of the corner to finish of the corner. Still kind of diamond cutting through the back half of 1 and 2 while starting up near the wall on entry for pretty much everyone. Reddick a little bit wider in the entry. Through turns 1 and 2 compared to the other drivers around him. The traditional diamond-shaped cutting is basically what the 19's doing, as well as the 43 and 42. Carson Hocevar starting to slip back after getting up to 6th early in the run when the tires were fresh. He has overheated them a little early, wore them out. He has since been passed by Chastain, Hamlin, and now Kyle Busch in recent laps. Hocevar back to the 10th spot. Definitely in danger of falling out of the top 10 before the finish, as we still have 14 laps to go. Shane Van Gisbergen just fell off of 1 lap down to 2 laps down after taking the wave around during the last caution. Leaders working by him. When Briscoe had to come off the wall to make that pass on SVG through 3 and 4 the last lap, he lost a lot of time. Now he'll go back to the wall. As will Reddick and Jones through 3 and 4. 13 laps left. Reddick was just a little bit wider than that of Briscoe that last time by, but it does look like he lost some time. So Briscoe still did something right. Either that or Reddick got it up against the fence again. It didn't look like he did. Well to go. We've had a lot of classic finishes in the Southern 500 in recent years. The 3-wide pass last year for Chase Briscoe and a late restart. The battle between Larson and Hamlin the year before that in 2023. Eric Jones stealing one late back in 2022 for Legacy Motor Club and the famed 43 car. And maybe now this one. Between Reddick, Briscoe, Jones, and even Nemechek. Top 4 within a second and a half. Top 3 within about 7/10 of one another with 11 laps to go. I'm waiting for somebody to try a different line through 3 and 4, but I just think on this old of tires, the only way to make decent lap time is only around the wall. But at some point, Reddick is going to get too close to the back of the 19 that he's just kind of forced to do something different. I'm surprised he hasn't yet whenever he's gotten to within about 3 to 4/10. It looks like he gains a bit through 1 and 2, but then he loses a lot in the back half of 3 and 4 when he gets in the dirty air and he just can't get the turn off that the 19 does with the clean air in front of him. I mean, the 45 is doing what he can to get just a little bit closer to the wall and just a slight bit more out of the dirty air perhaps in front of him, but it's just not enough. It's like he picks up 2/10 in 1 and 2 just to lose it right back again in 3 and 4. He was 6/10 back at the start-finish line. He gains a 10th. He's back to a half a second off the lead off turn 2. But now into 3 and 4, when they get back to the start-finish line this time by, is the gap going to be back to 6/10 of a second again, or is it going to be down under a half a second? Up off the exit of turn 4. Reddick a little bit better that time through 3 and 4, so he maintained. He did not lose time. I think the idea for him, if he can keep gaining in 1 and 2 and just maintain through 3 and 4, he's still got a shot here. 7.5 laps to go down the backstretch. He's down to 4/10 off the lead, so he picked up another 10th in 1 and 2. That's been consistent for him. Through 3 and 4, can he maintain and continue to be 4? Oh, Briscoe might have got against the fence. Briscoe making a slight mistake now through 3 and 4. Reddick gains about 2/10 through that corner. That's one way to do it. 7 to go and the pressure's on for the 19. Reddick dive bombs the inside through 1 and 2. Oh, he's there. Tyler Reddick is all over the back of the 19 up off the exit of turn 2. Big mistake by Chase Briscoe that last lap. He's still got about a 2-car length advantage on entry into 3 and 4. Both cars up near the wall, lap traffic looming in front. Next car ahead will be Alex Bowman in the 48. 6 laps to go at Darlington. Jones down to the bottom of the track as he closes in behind the 45. The top 3 are within a half a second. Nemechek losing just a little bit of ground to these top 4. He's now 1.7 seconds off the lead. Reddick dive bombs. Now he does not run the wall through 3 and 4 for the first time since trying to close in on the 19. But he's going to lose a lot of ground, and he slides loose up off of turn 2. Unfortunately, though, Eric Jones couldn't capitalize off of that as he got a bit loose himself once the 45 slid across his nose. And that's going to buy Briscoe just a little bit more time. He's back out to half a second lead again now with 4.5 laps to go. Everybody's slipping and sliding. Briscoe a couple laps ago. The last lap, it was Reddick and Jones. Everybody steady through 3 and 4 this time. Bowman to the inside of the racetrack. Lets the leaders go to the outside. Reddick gained about a 10th through 3 and 4 again. Reddick on the wall in the entry to 1 and 2. Standing on the throttle through the middle of the corner. Trying to get the cut in the race car center off. He does, and he's back to within about 2 to 3 car lengths. Headed into turn 3. Does he try the bottom again? He does not. He's going to be patient around the outside. Can he keep it off the wall is the next question. It does look like he's got a little bit of mid-corner speed compared to the 19, now trying to draft down the front stretch. 3 laps left here at the Lady in Black. Reddick sails it off on the high side through 1 and 2. Jones more towards the bottom in third. The leader in the middle. Briscoe defensive line, middle exit, up off of turn 2. Reddick is a car length and a half off of the lead. To the back bumper of the 19. He's going to run only a half a lane off of the wall this time through 3 and 4, rather than all the way to the hash line on the bottom of the track. Now he'll try to draft down the front stretch to maintain, and he did do a great job. And Reddick actually has a little bit of a run on the front stretch as he got up off turn 4 even better than the car in front of him. Reddick to the wall, sails through 1 and 2. He's definitely way better on this end. Briscoe was a bit loose through the middle of the corner, but so was Reddick. And I think the 19 might have won that corner that time. He'll be coming to the white flag as Reddick might have barely touched the wall through the center of 3 and 4. He's doing all he can to run down Chase Briscoe as a spot in the round of 12 of the playoffs is on the line. Briscoe now sails it off way to the bottom of the racetrack. Reddick on the top. What was Briscoe doing there? He gave up so much time running the inside. Reddick is 2 car lengths back into the final corner on the final lap, and he'll sail it to the bottom. Does he have enough to pull alongside Briscoe? He slides, he can't hang on, and Chase Briscoe will hold on to win the Southern 500. Reddick barely making the save off turn 4 as he holds on for second. All 3 of those guys up at the front of the field giving it everything they had late. And then some, and it's Chase Briscoe who's able to hold on in dominating fashion by way of laps led tonight to win the Southern 500. 309 of 367 laps led for the same guy who now wins this race 2 years in a row. What a dive by Reddick in 3 and 4. I'm surprised he even got as close as he did. Crowd on their feet. Sold out crowd at that here at Darlington. Doesn't Reddick go Briscoe from the dirt race? You know, he probably does. But he raced him clean. That's a good point. I wasn't even thinking about that. Fireworks on the backstretch. Great show tonight, ladies and gentlemen. That's 3 good races in a row, honestly, if you ask me. I had fun watching this one tonight. Briscoe dominated the race, but these drivers were on the edge of control all evening. A respectable race. And although Toyota dominates pretty much all across the board, sweeping the top 4 positions, 5 of the top 6. And actually, Hamlin got by Chastain late. Chastain actually fell back to 11th on that final run. 6 of the top 7 spots were Toyotas, but we didn't know which one of them was going to exactly win it until they came up off turn 4 that last time. You'll get to hear from race winner Chase Briscoe on the front stretch here in a moment. Some of the other top finishers from today's race as we begin our post-race show for the 2025 Southern 500. Briscoe burning it down all the way down the front stretch. Hey, Charlie D, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate that. Thanks for everybody who watched throughout the course of tonight's live commentary stream. We'll be live for about the next 15 to 20 minutes as we go into our post-race. You'll get to listen to interviews. We'll go over the race finishing results after we get our interview from the race winner, Chase Briscoe, on the front stretch as he wins back-to-back Southern 500s at Darlington.
Back-to-back Southern 500s hasn't happened in almost 2 decades. Son Brooks promised Dad a trip to victory lane. In the Big Race show, and Dad delivered. They took the packed house here at Darlington to start the playoffs. To the number 1 on the top of the cup. And Dad Chase is into the second round of the Cup Series playoffs with his second Southern 500 win. Last year, he put Stuart Haas in the playoffs in this race. Tonight, a lot more on the line. This one advanced this team to be the first one into the second round of the playoffs. How much more pressure? Keeping Tyler Reddick behind you or delivering on the promise that Brooks made earlier tonight to get to victory lane?
Yeah, man, that was way harder than it needed to be. What a just an incredible pass first shot for it. As a fan, I've watched Martin kind of dominate a lot of races, and it was fun to finally be behind the wheel. I was like, man, it's so cool I see those fireworks. But it's so cool to win 2 Southern 500s in a row. This is my favorite race of the year, and it's just because of you race fans. Every time we come here, the place is sold out, and just the atmosphere here is unlike anywhere else. So yeah, just a great way to start our playoffs, and man, have a lot of fun.
Lead over 300 laps. You told us earlier this week we haven't shown our potential yet. Does this show what this team is capable of doing?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is what we definitely are capable of doing. You know, we haven't been able to go out and dominate a race like that, but the potential's been there from day one. So yeah, just so thankful once again that Joe Gibbs, Toyota, Johnny Morris, JP Morris, just to be able to run this red, white, and blue Bass Pro Shops car and get into victory lane. I mean, it's the most American brand there is. And to have the Star Spangled Banner on the side of this thing and win, it's pretty cool.
Brooks, you told us you were going to victory lane. Where are you headed now?
I'm going to do a big breakdown.
Oh, a big burnout coming up for Chase Briscoe and Brooks Briscoe. Chase Briscoe has advanced.
Already had a big burnout. Kid wants another one. He might get it too. I can't believe that. 309, and it still came down to a 50-lap green flag run at the end, and 3 drivers within a half a second.
These drivers, Tyler Reddick, Michael appreciates that determination and drive. He loves it.
Reddick is so hungry for a win, not winning so far this season. He's had a lot of fast cars in the last month. Another fast one tonight, just not quite fast enough for Chase Briscoe in the 19. We finish under our regulation length of 500 miles, 367 laps at tonight's Southern 507 cautions, 24 lead changes, 37 laps spent under yellow. 3 hours, 51 minutes, 6 seconds total time on the race. 1 caution for incident in stage 3, 1 of them in stage 1 on lap 1, and 3 of them in stage number 2 were kind of the splits there. Again, 309 laps led for Chase Briscoe out of 367. He wins both stages. He wins the race. and he does get the Xfinity fastest lap award at lap 3:21. He ran his fast lap 29.39. Nobody else was really anywhere close to running that kind of a lap time today. He actually, I believe, has the quickest 2, at least, maybe 3 fastest laps of this event. He was just quick on the short run, quick enough on the long run, especially down the stretch. What the last set of tires to the finish, being the longest drive on tires all day long under green flag conditions, nearly 50 laps. Burns the rest of whatever rubber was left on that set of Goodyears off in the victory celebration on the front stretch here at the Darlington Raceway. Margin to victory, 0.4 of a second, just over half a second back to third, where Eric Jones ended up. Tyler Reddick runner-up. I'm sure we'll hear from him and others momentarily. John Nemechek in fourth, and A.J. Allmendinger, highest finishing Chevrolet, rounding out the top 5 and 5th. I mentioned that the top 6 out of 7 spots were Toyotas. Bubba Wallace, Denny Hamlin finished 6th and 7th. Kyle Busch in the number 8 finishes 8th, one of his better finishes in a long time. Carson Hocevar ends up 9th, and Chris Buescher rounds out the top 10. Ross Chastain at 11th, Austin Cindric 12th, Zane Smith 13th, Noah Gragson 14th, and Brad Keselowski, a big comeback after an early penalty for pitting outside of the box back at stage 1, does finish 15th. Ryan Preece 16th, Chase Elliott 17th. And by the way, that penalty for Brad was under green. I think he ended up falling like 2 or 3 laps down, so good comeback there. Anyway, Preece 16th, Chase Elliott 17th, Ryan Blaney 18th after a spin. I'm not sure what happened to Kyle Larson, how he ended up 19th. He was top 5 the whole night. And then after the green flag pit stops at the beginning of stage 3, from then on, he just started going backwards. And again, ended up 19th. Joey Logano 20th, William Byron 21st. Hendrick Motorsports did not have a good night today. Their highest finishing car in 17th. Ty Gibbs ends up 22nd, Austin Dillon 23rd, Cole Custer 24th. That is how many cars finish on the lead lap as well. Daniel Suarez finishes in 25th, the lap down. Todd Gillen 26th, Justin Haley 27th, the Riley Herbst 28th, 2 laps down for Christopher Bell in 29th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 30th, Alex Bowman 31st, Shane Van Gisbergen 32nd, Michael McDowell 33rd, Ty Dillon 34th, Timmy Hill 13 laps down at 35th. And then Derek Kraus, Cody Ware, both DNF tonight. 2 DNFs. Josh Berry finished the race, but 128 laps down after the lap 1 wreck. Finishes last. So that is the finishing results for tonight's race. And again, other drivers to lead this evening other than Briscoe with 309. We had 3 laps led for Reddick. Nemechek with 15 laps led, 10 for Bubba Wallace, 12 for Denny Hamlin, 3 for Ross Chastain, 8 for Chase Elliott, 2 for Kyle Larson. Christopher Bell led 2. Shane Van Gisbergen led 3. Most of those were during green flag stops, but nonetheless, surprised we still end up with 24 lead changes, but that's, again, because of the green flag pit stops that we had in this one. It's crazy to have that many lead changes in a race where a guy led all but, 58 laps out of 367. Here's Kim Kuhn standing with Tyler Reddick, our runner-up tonight.
All day long, it felt like you and him. What was missing for you in the 45 here?
Yeah, the one time we got ahead of him there, we were just a little too tight, and see how we get back by us. So, yeah, I think for our Pinnacle Financial Partners, Camry, we were better than he was on the long run. He could just fire off a whole lot better, and I think that was, the difference tonight. I could get close, and yeah, I know we had a long run there, but it just unfortunately seemed like that last run, the balance wasn't quite as good as it's been the rest of the night on the long run. So, all in all, really solid night for points in the playoffs, but man, yeah, really want to win here, and it's just it's frustrating to finish second, going for it, like I did last spring, and doing the wrong thing and ending our day and finishing 36th. And yeah, I wish I could have just been a little bit closer, but when I kind of dove it off in there, I was already sideways, and I learned from last spring that doesn't work. So yeah, it's a good solid day, but hopefully one day we'll win here at Darlington.
MJ was watching the laps wind down, cheering you on. I saw him come over to you. What kind of words of comfort did he offer?
Yeah, I was just proud. I mean, he reminded me it's a long race in this, when you're on the 7,500, and I pretty much forgotten that me and Barry got together on the first lap, and we had all sorts of issues that we had to correct on the first pit stop, lost some time there, but pretty much from that point forward, our car was much more manageable. I mean, obviously looking at it, I know it's got a hole in the left side on the rocker panel, so probably losing a little performance there too. Maybe that's some of our fire off speed, but I mean, yeah, this race pretty much could have been disastrous on lap 1. We survived that, and I know we didn't lead any laps, but we scored a lot of stage points, and
He led
almost
3
won 500,
laps.
So we'll turn these second place finishes into a victory one day.
Really start to the playoffs for Tyler Reddick.
Kim, while we're on the topic of Tyler Reddick, let's look at this week's Progressive Safe Driver. And DJ, Jeff Burton called it the save of the year.
7 playoff point performance tonight for Chase Briscoe as he carries that over into the round of 12 where he advances following the win and the automatic berth following tonight's race. We'll take a look at the playoff standings as soon as they actually pull it up on screen. They have not done that yet on the USA Network, so for the time being, we'll take over and look at the Fantasy League. You can join our NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR.com website, the NASCAR mobile app. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season. If you win the regular season or playoff championship, regular season champ last week was crowned Monster Jam X10. He tries to repeat here and go for the sweep. My team tonight had William Byron, Denny Hamlin, Tyler Reddick, Kyle Larson, Chase Briscoe. I did lose 3 points because Blaney was in my garage instead of Byron. After Blaney spin late in stage 2 and Briscoe having the night he was having, obviously went on to win, scored the most points, max points day, in fact. I had to have him in the lineup. Head-to-head, I had Reddick to win the race. He finished second behind the one guy who ended up winning, which was Briscoe. So didn't get that. I had Blaney over Chastain, didn't get that. I did get Hamlin over Bell, and did get Larson over Byron. So 20 points there. Here's the third place finisher, Eric Jones.
I felt like we were probably a little bit better than both of them, but I couldn't get the run. I thought I had the 45 there with maybe 4 or 5 to go, and there was a little hole on the top, and he squeezed up and filled it, which, we'll race for the win. So it's just, it's hard to be that close. Would have liked to had another one. We were right there all day. Good speed with a Dollar Tree Camry, and we just need more of that. So hopefully we keep these cars rolling and get on soon.
Going the right direction for sure.
Dave, a moment ago, Jeff mentioned it. 5 of the top 6 tonight, Toyotas, and finishing in 6, Bubba Wallace, 2311 Racing. Let's bring in Bubba Wallace right now. What an impressive run for you guys. How needed was this for you and Tyler Reddick to have a...
This is probably going to be a little bit more of an extended interview, so I don't know if I'm going to necessarily have this one going. Usually when they bring them in with the Peacock pit box or the studio layout, kind of like how Prime did it, it's like a 5 to 10 minute interview. So we'll go over the Fantasy League standings then now. 259 points for Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon fan, who ends up getting the race win for the Southern 500 in the Fantasy League. That also means that he's going to be leading the playoff leaderboard by 9 points over Dark Crypto, who scores 250, 239 in third for Chris Kennedy, 1974, 238. Monster Jam X10, a regular season champ, finishes 4th, tied with Inside Uranus. Ended up in 8th place this week with 218. Obviously, after 1 week, it's going to be very tight amongst the top. But good week all around, competitive at that. We had 26 of you that ended up playing in the league this week, so appreciate everybody that is played all season long, and we'll continue on into the playoffs for your shot to win that grand prize in 9 more weeks from now. 9 races left. That's all we've got here for the NASCAR Cup Series. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Thanks again for watching not only this one, but all weekend long with the live commentary streams. Will be live again next week for 3 live commentary streams. Gateway, doubleheader Saturday, practice and qualify for the Cup Series at 4:30 p.m. Eastern. Xfinity Series racing will be at 7:30 p.m. Eastern later that night. So again, doubleheader Saturday, 2:30 p.m. Eastern, next Sunday afternoon. Gateway NASCAR Cup race, second race, round of 16. So thanks for tuning in for all that. We'll have some NASCAR weight coverage during the week as always, and I will see you guys next time. Thanks for watching. Congratulations again to Chase Briscoe for winning the Southern 500. Great season that 19 team has had, especially Crown Jewels. First with the poles. It's kind of funny. He gets the poles in the first 3 Crown Jewels. He doesn't get the pole here, but he gets the win. So, again, congrats to him. 309 lap sled, man. What a dominating performance. He basically did what Byron just barely failed to do back in the spring. Lead a ton of laps and get the race win here at Darlington Raceway. Have a good night, everybody.